by bowing our heads where we are for a moment. Thank you very much, honorable members and our entities. And once more, good morning, CEO, good morning, Chairperson of NTA, and the entire executive, and our officials. Today, I'm not going to do a long speech of welcoming us in a meeting. I just wish to say I welcome you this month that is very critical, which is a workers' month, and also I've heard that is saying the AUA is also having the anniversary, and we are left with 2 days to do the coronation, our Charles King III, which is our Alice. That will be tomorrow. We wish him a good luck. You know, it is not easy to rule people, especially the country. Otherwise, I wish to welcome everybody. There are lots and lots of activities that will happen during this month. Let's give ourselves time to honor them. And also, we wish those that have passed away during the few months to rest in peace. I know for a fact that as our culture, every Saturday we've got funerals. You are related to these ones, you are friends to these ones, but you have to honor those funerals and allow them to rest in peace. Thanks ever so much. Everybody is welcome. I am not sure whether Lindy has joined us. If it is possible for Lindy to have joined us, Lindy, will you please flight our agenda for today?
Good morning, Chair. I'm here. I'll flight it now. Thank you.
Thanks, Lindy. If it is the case, welcoming has already been done, and usually it is followed by apologies and also the introduction or roll call. Whom do we have in the meeting and who has apologized? Just include both those items, Lindy.
Sorry, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, members and departmental officials and stakeholders in attendance. Chair, today is the 5th of May, 2023. I wish to confirm the following members of Parliament that are present, or also to record apologies. I have Member Mbana, our chairperson, who is present in this meeting. I have Member Abrahams. I have Member Aris, I have Member Pilankulu, I have Member Stock, I have Member Tlongo. Chairperson have received apologies. Member Van der Merwe, who is also attending she attended the PC on Home Affairs, so the meetings are clashing. Also, Member Manganye indicated that she is in an area where there's no network, so she'll be unable to connect or each, but she will try. Thanks very much. Those are the apologies. That's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you
also,
very
much. Sorry, Chair. Member Mare just joined now while I'm busy. She's also here, Chair. Thank you very much.
So we are a quorum, Lindy.
Yes, Chair, we can take decisions, Chair, and proceed with the meeting.
Thank you very much. We'll give over to our entities if there are any apologies, and also tell us who is in the meeting and who's not. CEO.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. On our side, we have the majority of the executives in the room, including those that are in the regions. So we have them in attendance. In terms of process, Chair, what we will do is we will have Sipho Zwane, who is the executive falling under Rapathe, that will do the presentation in terms of the rest of the presentation, and the CFO will come on the financials. And I will just do an overview. I had hoped that the minister would be here, but understand that she was here when we did the presentation for DSD, which set the framework for the portfolio. So all the members, all the executives from our side, Chair, are in the room. If you allow us to start, then I can kickstart, ma'am. Sipho, Lindy, I don't know whether Sipho should flight our presentation or you can flight it on your side.
I will flight.
Sorry, Chair, over to you, because the process has not been concluded. I think the chairperson can just give a way forward as to what must happen.
Thanks.
Thanks very much. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Before that, let's adopt the agenda as it has been proposed. Can I give over to the honorable members to assist in adopting the agenda as proposed?
Chairperson.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Bilankulu.
I moved for the adoption of the agenda as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bilankulu. Can I get the seconder?
Chairperson, it's Bridget. I would like to second the agenda as proposed by Honorable Bilankulu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bridget Masangu. The agenda has been adopted by Honorable Bilankulu and seconded by Honorable Bridget Masangu. Then let's go straight to, is the minister in today? Lindy?
It doesn't look like it, Chair. I
don't see her.
Okay, no, don't worry. Otherwise, we have to just go straight to the presentation. Over to you, CEO.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Yes, good morning.
As Member Marie, I just logged in. I had a problem getting in, but I am here. Good morning.
Yes, Lindy has acknowledged your presence and told us that you have joined. You are in a meeting. Thank you ever so much. Over to you, SASSA.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair. In order for us to make sure that we give the opportunity for the members to be able to ask questions, we'll try and make sure that we do the presentation at a high enough level so that we can allow the dialogue. We are here to present the APP for 23-24. This APP comes at a time when we're having major challenges in terms of the payment process with regards to a post bank in particular, who are actually the service provider in terms of the value chain that we have for the payments. The payment in this cycle started yesterday, and in one of the areas in Bizana, for example, they ran out of cash, and we ended sadly having beneficiaries that had to stay over for the night. We are happy that Postbank was able to provide a support in terms of food and also blankets for the elderly that could not go home. But still, this is just not a way of providing dignity for our people. We also want to indicate that we've had to do a number of changes with regards to the payment process, whereby people had to make decisions on whether they want to continue to be paid using a gold card, but also to be enabled to do changes where they wanted to do changes because the card was expiring. We're grateful for the support of the Reserve Bank and PASA for having enabled Postbank to be able to extend the card until the end of the year so that we can be able not to create the continued stampede that we were experiencing in all the branches. We have been able to engage with the portfolio committee in terms of indicating the need for us to transfer the contract from post office to post bank, was saddened by the number of post offices that are continuing to get closed. But I want to believe that their portfolio committee, together with cabinet, are looking at what it is that needs to be done. It's not an issue that we can actually be able to decide on as an institution, even though that they are our provider. We've been working very closely with Postbank to make sure that they continue to find other alternative channels for them to be able to pay our clients, which we're grateful for. So we continue to work very closely at including at ministerial level to make sure that we can resolve the challenges that Postbank has, but also to find different solutions. The impact of load shedding has also necessitated that as an agency, we need to accelerate the implementation of the alternative power supply plan. And there's plans that are in place to look at what can be done differently, and different regions are accelerating that process. There's also progress in terms of resolution of cases on irregular expenditure, as reported by the AG. The CFO will actually present on the detail that relate to that. We also are looking at the issue of facilities on our side to look at making sure that we close most of the open cash pay points so that we can improve the service that we provide to our clients. We've already, in terms of the baseline, we now have 289 cash pay points across the 6 regions, which is down from 652, which is what we're focusing on. We have been working on the issue of the service that we want to be able to provide in future, and the business process re-engineering, which we believe will have an opportunity to come and present to Parliament in terms of what the journey is going to be going forward as part of the areas that we've been focusing on. I want to then hand over back to Sipho to then continue with the presentation. And thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, CEO. Over to you, Sipho.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson.
Morning.
Good morning to the members of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning, CEOs, both SASSA and NDA, and the executives from both sides as well, and colleagues. Thank you so much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. The CEO has already laid the good foundation in terms of the background and highlighting other issues at high level. I'm not going to, I'll go straight into the presentation and making sure that we do it in a good, reasonable time. The purpose, Chair, we're here today to present brief the Portfolio Committee on 2 issues, which is the annual performance plan and the budget for the 2023-2024 financial year. In few slides, Chair, 2 slides, 3 slides, we just at the high level again, highlighting the core business of SASSA, highlighting what are the issues that influences the business here, SASSA, or the work that SASSA is supposed to deliver. We are a Schedule 3 and a public entity, Chair, in terms of the SASSA Act, and our core business is to provide social assistance to eligible South Africans who are unable to support themselves. The number of external factors that influences the work of SASSA, Chair. 1, the high level of unemployment, the high level of poverty, the disasters, Chair, both natural as well as the COVID and other disasters, they influence directly what SASSA is doing. you will notice that we are now in the final year of the MTSF period, and this MTSF period was really challenged by a number of things, including the unemployment rising in 2021 to more than 35%. But at least we have seen it last year at the end of the third quarter, coming down to 32.9% share. Even though 32.9 is still high, and you will remember and know that the unemployment, it affects directly, especially your CSG as well as your SRD as well. And we are still not changed, Chair. We are not raising any revenue other than that we are funded by government in all the work that we do as SASSA. My apologies. It looks like this thing is moving a bit faster. Okay, sorry, Chair. And the APP that we're presenting today, we confident, Chair, that it is an APP that was engaged with the department itself. The members and the Chair will remember that when DSD was presenting on Wednesday, they presented also including issues that are coming from the SASSA APP. And the journey, Chair, that we undertook, it started internally as SASSA executives and the entire senior management. And then at the end of October, we then gave it to the minister and the department for them to look at the draft, the first draft. And they came back in January with a feedback which needed us to improve the document. And the document was improved in consideration of the work that came from DSD. And at the end of January, we gave it to the minister as the final one for approval. Hence, the minister tabled it on the 31st of March. And again, we have built in, Chair, the issue of the review of the APP, yes, SASSA, by the Auditor General. We have built it in now as part of the process. So at the end of January, when we give it to the minister, we also give it to the Auditor General. And you will remember again that the AG presented on the issues on Wednesday as well. But before they engaged the portfolio committee on Wednesday, they said with us, we went back and forth until we agreed on the issues, and all of those issues that AG raised were fixed before the tabling of the annual performance plan. And we are saying, Chair, this APP is still very much in line with the MTSF, in line with the SASSA strategic plan that was tabled in 2020 March in Parliament. There are no significant changes that requires of us to retract and retable the strategic plan. We are still very much in line with that document. Just to highlight, not that these strategic policies are exhaustive, Chair. We are just highlighting to the Chair and the members to say, as we're developing this annual performance plan, we were considerate of many of the government-wide strategic policies. Number one, the National Development Plan, the revised strategic and annual performance plan framework, which comes from the DPME in the presidency, the MTSF itself, Chair, the priorities of government, our own strategic plan to make sure that there's no deviation, and as well as the minister's performance agreement and the state of the nation addressed by the president of 2023, particularly with the extension of the COVID-19 grant chairperson. This is us, the Chair. This is our 5-year journey from 2020 to 2025. Our vision, Chair, which we crafted in 2020, our mission, our values, and our principles. Key to this slide, Chair, is just those 4 outcomes that we agreed on as SASSA, aligning them to the sector with DSD. And for ourselves, we agreed on these 4 outcomes. And you will see as we presented the work of SASSA that it is aligned to these 4 outcomes. And most of the work, you will see that it is aligning with the primary outcome of reducing the levels of poverty, which is our core business. And then a quick comparison, Chair. We just completed the financial year at the end of March 2023. Just a quick comparison to say the APP that we just completed at the end of March, how does it compare with the APP that we present to you today? Because we are an existing organization, a consistent organization, like we've just said, to say consistent with the MTSF, consistent with the strategic plan. Therefore, majority of the targets, Chair, will be continuing. And therefore, if you see that the one that we ended on the 31st of March had 34 targets, and the one that we're presenting today has got 29 targets. And in the next slide, Chair, I will deal with those that we're not continuing with them, which is the 8, and those that we have introduced as new targets, which is the 3 in the annual performance plan. In this one slide, Chair, I'm going to deal with those quick issues. Within program 1, Chair, in fact, the 3 new targets that we have introduced are within program 1. And which are those? 1, it is the HCM strategy that as SASSA we have agreed from in the journey of the development of the APP, even about a year ago, Chair, we've been discussing, and eventually we all agree that as SASSA we do need an HCM strategy that must be developed and be in line with the documents that we have in front of us. And the second one, it is the integration of new technology with legacy system. And this forms part of our work of migrating to web-based system from the legacy system. And you will notice when we get to our ICT work, we will indicate this one as well as the work that we are doing towards replacing the SOCPEN system. And then the third one, it is around the issues on labor relations cases, Chair. We've been planning and reporting on labor relation cases. However, our target, Chair, is below 100, which implies that we always have a backlog. And therefore, with them around to say, let's then focus, target also, and report on the backlog. So we are saying all the cases that will fall or form part of the backlog as at the end of March 2023, beginning of the new financial year, 1st April, they will form part of the backlog. And we are saying at least 70% of those will have to be moved parallel with the current cases. And this becomes a new target in the APP. And within the core business, which is program 2, there isn't a new target. However, you will see at the bottom here when I just touch on the amendments that we have made, Chair. The first amendment, it's within program 1. What we have done, Chair, the one on the APP that we completed on the 31st of March was actually targeting a submission to National Treasury and DSD on the write-off of the social assistance debt. And then during the process of developing this APP, as management, we then agreed to say a submission only does not carry much weight, Chair. And we felt that let's put our head on the block and say we will recover, that is number 1. And also we must get a write-off of the debts that we will have assessed. We will have done our job as SASSA to say these individuals are economically inactive, they cannot be able to pay, and therefore we submit to National Treasury and DSD for write-off. And then with regard to program 2, which is our core business, the first one, what we have done, Chair, we have actually merged the merging is the number 2. The first one, what we have done in the previous one that ended end of March, we had an annual target chair that was looking at the social grant applications approved. So we're only at APP level reporting on applications that were approved. And then when we then reconsidered, we then said, let's then move a step further. Instead of only targeting the approved applications, let's look at all the applications processed, and then on reporting, we will then be reporting on all those that are approved. We'll report on rejected applications, and we'll report on the outstanding applications. However, the approved ones will still chase them separately in the operational plan, Honorable Chair. And then the last one, which is then the turnaround time. In our quest, Chair, to move towards a one-day turnaround time as in our strategic plan, in the previous financial year, we had then separated those applications that we are taking through the online platform from those that we are doing on the face-to-face. However, during the process of developing this one and looking at the performance of the 2 separate indicator targets, Chair, we felt as SASSA that we need to merge these 2 so that we don't separate their all applications, Chair, whether they are taken through the online, and we aligned in time frame as well to say it must be a turnaround time which is the same whether you are online or whether you are face-to-face. In a summary form, Chair, without taking a lot of time, because I think the most important slides are the slides that are coming below these 2 slides, where we are showing the alignment. This slide summarizes program 1, Chair, with the 18 targets that we have spoken to. However, if you look at those that we have put in a red highlighted font, we are saying on the first one, it is the first one that I have spoken to you about, Chair, to say we have reworded, amended it, instead of targeting the submission, but now we're targeting the write-off, to say we must get a write-off of the debts that we have assessed. And then the second one, which is number 4, we also had included a measure of 5% on the procurement spend towards these groups, Chair. And you'll notice that we are talking about 5%, and we'll talk about it when we go further. And again, you will notice that when the CFO comes in to present the budget, that majority, about 90% of SASSA budget goes into contractual obligation, and you've got about 10% of your goods and services that you still need to spend. However, SASSA still says, even if that is the case, at least about 5% of the goods and services must still go into these specific groups. And without going through all of them, number 9, Chair, is the new one that we have spoken about on labor. And then on the right side, we've got the strategy that also we have introduced. And then number 15 also is the web-based system in the 9 provinces that we want to pilot. And then within program 2, Chair, all 11 targets within program 2 are continuing. We have indicated that earlier that there is no new target, and therefore all of them that are here are continuing targets. And therefore, allow me, Chair, just to go through quickly into the alignment of these targets with the government priorities, as well as our own outcome that we have introduced. You will remember that I indicated that you will see this alignment of the outcomes as well as the government priorities as we present here. So the first outcome, which is our primary outcome, Chair, which is the reducing of the levels of poverty, and align it to the government priority, which is the one led by DSD, of consolidating the social wage through reliable and quality basic services. What are the things, Chair, that we have put together as interventions for the financial year 23-2024? Obviously, number 1, it's us continuing with the payment of the social grants, Chair, which were at 18.7 million at the end of December. Now at the end of March, hitting 18.8. And the second one, facilitating processing of social grant applications, targeting the 1.5 million applications, Chair. I will remember that we have indicated that we're not talking of approved applications, but now we're talking all applications. So all applications that we have taken, 1.5, and out of the 1.5, we will come and tell the members how many of the 1.5 have been approved and how many were rejected and what were the reasons and stuff like that. And the total number of beneficiaries to be serviced is estimated to increase, Chair, from 18.7 from the December numbers to 19.3 at the end of March 2024. Then the implementation of the CST top-up, which we introduced in the 2023-24 financial year, Chair, and the numbers that we are targeting for this new financial year is 67,400 applications in payment of the top-up across all 9 provinces. And the work of the social assistance program, Chair, is budgeted at 212 billion outside the COVID-19 grant. And here we're just taking the members through in terms of the growth of the social assistance grants, Chair, from 2017-18 financial year to where we were in December when we concluded the work of the annual performance plan. And you can see, Chair, that there's been a movement from that 17.5 in 2017-18 financial year to 18.7 at the end of December 2023. And then again, within the same outcome of reducing levels of poverty, Honorable Chair, we're talking about reducing the exclusion errors for eligible children below the age of 1. And here, Chair, we are targeting at least 70% of the eligible children below the age of 1 to be in receipt of children's grants by end of March 2024. You'll notice that there's a table down there, and that table, Chair, probably I need to be a bit slow here so that I clarify this table, Chair. The table that you see here, it shows the children in receipt of grants per age group. And the one that we are talking about on this slide is the under 1, which is the first one that has got a 1.186 million population. And the 1.186 million, Chair, is the population of all children under the age of 1. That includes my children, Chair, and the children of the members of this committee and all other people who does not qualify for a grant. So it's the entire population. However, this target, Chair, is targeting the eligible ones. And the eligible ones, Chair, is a 70% of the 1.1 million, which is slightly below, about 800 and something thousand. And as at the end of March, in terms of that, we were standing at about 67% of the eligible children. And we want to move that 67%, Chair, to a 70% by end of March 2024. And with regard to the SRD, Chair, we have the target of implementing and administering the COVID-19 SRD grant. And for this time around, the target, Chair, has been put at 95%, that all applications received before a cut-off date, Chair, must be processed, and at least 95% of those must be completed and verdict issued to say it has been approved, it has been declined, and what the reasons are. And then below that one, Chair, we've got another outcome, Chair, on economic transformation. And the economic transformation, Chair, we have a target that I have tried to explain earlier on the 5% procurement spend that must be done through these qualifying groups of women, youth, and people with disabilities in line with the PPPFA Act. And it's again, SCFO will come and present that about 90% of our budget goes into contractual obligation. We've got 10%, and within that 10%, we still want at least that 5% to go through these groups. And then this outcome, Chair, we're talking about improving the efficiencies, making SASSA to work efficiently, effectively. And here we're talking about improving customer satisfaction. And there's a number of targets that we have here, Chair. Number one, we're talking about resolving the inquiries. About 90% of the inquiries relating to social assistance or social grants, including the COVID-19, Chair, must be resolved within 5 working days. And about 80% of disputes are resolved within 14 working days as well. And then the queue management system, members raised a question as well on Wednesday when DST was presenting to say which are these offices where you want to be implementing the queue management system, Chair. And we have increased the number to 27 from 18 last year. And we've got those numbers, and the executive manager, Brenton, gave that list verbally, and we have it in writing. We can even send to the members as well. And then lastly, it is the implementation of the communication and marketing strategy, Chair, to make sure that we improve customer communication, we deal with the organizational reputation, and lastly, we also do strategic interventions. And then within the payment space, we have a target, Chair, that says at least 99% of social grants payments successfully processed. But we can say to you, Chair, we were at the end of March able to have paid more than 99 point. I think it's just a very small number that could not be processed, but for a particular reason that is beyond SASSA, in cases where an account has been closed but it is really not something that is within SASSA space. Improved organizational efficiencies. I have spoken to this one as well, Chair, to say we want to move to a one-day turnaround time. However, where we are now, we're presenting to the members today to say we want to make sure that at least 90% of all social grant applications, whether they are taken through the online platform, whether they are taken face-to-face in our offices, they must be completed within a 10-day turnaround period. But we know that there's a lot of them, the Chair, that are completed, in particular those that are done on face-to-face in our offices within the same day when all documents are received. Then in terms of the automation, Chair, there's a number of targets that we have for automating our business processes. Number one, we're talking about the verification that we are currently doing as well, even with the COVID-19 grant applications, Chair, where we're using the databases of UIF, the databases of correctional services, and to make sure that only eligible people qualify for the grants, Honorable Chair. But we are saying we want to make sure that it is done within a real-time or near real-time this interfacing that we're doing with the different government institutions. And then the migration from legacy system to a web-based system, that is the one that we are going to be piloting in the 9 offices of the 9 provinces. And then also getting SASSA Executive Committee, which is the SASSA Exco, approving the roadmap in terms of the replacement of the SOCPEN system, Chair, in the financial year that we have already commenced. And then the last one within the automation, we're talking about the biometric identification technology solution that we need to implement for our beneficiaries. The Chair will remember that it is not the first time we're presenting this. Even last year we presented on it, and we continue to say this year we will definitely be implementing the biometric solution for our beneficiaries for authentication. And within financial management, Chair, we're looking at an unqualified audit and an improved one, Chair, where we may have no findings. We will be happy with that. Then the social assistant debts recovered and or written off, Chair. We are very clear here, Chair, so that we don't confuse the members that we are targeting a write-off. We are targeting both number one, we're targeting the recovery of the money where recovery is possible. And secondly, we are targeting the write-off where the members of the society are inactive economically, and we have done the assessment, and we will write to Treasury and TSD for that write-off. And then the two, Chair, targets that are looking at the cost of administering the social assistance, and also the cost as a percentage of social assistance transfers budget, which is the admin budget of SASSA, as a percentage of the big money, which is the social assistance budget. And then within the HCM space, the first thing, Chair, we're saying for us to deliver on a mandate, at least we must have warm bodies in at least 90% of our funded positions. Secondly, the HCM strategy that I've spoken to, we need it to be in place by the end of this financial year. And then lastly, the work around the PPR, Honorable Chair, that is continuing, and we want to conclude on this work before or by the end of this financial year. And then yes, the work that the CEO has touched on it to say we want to improve the conditions under which we serve our beneficiaries. We know, Chair, that there's issues of load shedding. The CEO has spoken to it, and we are saying in the offices that we have targeted, the 54 offices, that we want to improve them. We must also implement the issue of the alternative power supply. We must talk about network connectivity. We must talk about the dignity services in those offices, Chair. Whether that office is a shared office, as long as it has been one of the 54 offices identified, it must have all of these things. And lastly, the reduction on the open cash pay points. And again, Chair, so that we don't confuse the members, we've got open cash pay points, and we've got generally the number of cash pay points that we have. And the target, this one, is saying we must reduce the cash pay points where our beneficiaries are serviced under conditions where you will find that there's no shelter, you'll find that there are no chairs, there are no ablution facilities. We're saying that must not continue, and therefore must reduce all of those. Hence, the CEO was talking about it has been reduced from about 652 in last financial year, and the baseline for this year is 289, and we're talking about the 60% of those open cash pay points, Honorable Chair. And within the consequence management, Chair, I've spoken a lot about the labor relations, and this is where you can see where the backlog is coming from, Chair. The first one is the 60% in terms of your current cases that you receive, you conclude, but because of a number of factors, you are unable to complete 100%, and therefore the target is 60%. And then the second one deals with the backlog that is backdating to previous financial years. And then the third one deals with the investigation and finalization of cases that are reported of cases of fraud and corruption. And we have upped the target, Chair, from 70, 80 last year, and we are at 90% now. And we are very confident because even the baseline, Chair, in terms of our financial year end to end at 2023 March, we were able to do a 90% of those cases. And then lastly, we're talking about the detection part, where we should detect and report issues to different stakeholders, which include your post bank, it includes your commercial banks, and make sure that there is work done on those suspected fraud and prevent it from happening. Thank you very much, Chair. I will then give it back to the CEO so that the CEO can allow the CFO to present the financial plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Menir Sipozwane. I've heard that the minister has joined our meeting, and I'm sorry, Minister, that you couldn't manage to get the exact time, Yes, it was 10:30 yesterday because we were to start with the AG, and then we were not aware that you still tangled to 10:30. We apologize for that. We sincerely apologize. Then I'm not sure how your time is, Minister, because the financial plan was about to be presented, but we can hold it and give you an opportunity to just give us the overview on this. I know for a fact that you are ready and you are always ready. So let's rather give over to you and not to spoil what you are going to say, and give us highlights on it, and then give over to the finance manager. Over to you, Minister, and good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson, and thank you very much. Yes, I wish to apologize. I think we got the time. We were still sticking to the previous time. I think even the DG, the acting DG, will probably be joining now. But there's water under the bridge. I think the important thing is that we are here. And the important thing is that, again, from an institutional point of view, SASSA and NDA are here, and the department having already done the presentation. And I wish to indicate again, Chairperson, that I had said after the presentations of the APPs, we will be presenting, obviously, our budget, and then we will have to come back again to you, to the committee, to present our operational plans, because we think that it's very, very important that we do that. Earlier this week, on Wednesday, if I may be specific, we appeared before the committee to present the APP of the department. And I would like a chairperson to clearly indicate that all these presentations that are being made to yourselves and all the members must be read in conjunction, must be also oversighted from a point of view of a coordinated effort by ourselves to pursue the DSD portfolio, so that everything that we do can be seen clearly to be interlinking with each other. And at the center of it all, it must also be seen as an APP and operational plans that will make a difference in changing the people's lives. At the center of it all, it just remains that we are supposed to be responsive to the challenges that face our people from a point of view of poverty, of hunger, of unemployment, of development in general, but more than anything else, of creating a conducive environment for our people to be able to also be empowered in order for them to power themselves. Most of the remarks that I made with respect to the department earlier this week are equally true in the instance of SASSA and NDA. And as the sixth administration of our democratic government is drawing to a close, this is particularly applicable to the visibility and responsiveness of these entities with respect to the felt needs of our people, as I've said. The question of SASSA's beneficiaries whose gold cards are expiring is the case in point, where I'm sure that SASSA will also take the opportunity to further explain that. And we are looking at working very closely, as usual, with the post office and the post bank. I can assure the committee that in the quest to ensure that every SASSA beneficiary receives his or her social grant at the right time, as recently as late April 1st, conducted a joint meeting with the chairperson of the board of Post Bank, the executive management of the entity, and SASSA. Moreover, I will be meeting with the Minister of Communication and Digital Technologies to establish executive commitments on these matters. I don't want to go too much, chairperson, on what I had prepared, because I think at the end I can still be able to make some closing remarks so that members don't lose track and trend and their thinking trend and absorption trend of what has been presented. This is all I can say for now, and give back to you so that the financial plan can be presented, because I know if I go on and on, members will lose track of what had been presented earlier on. But it was just important for me to do the usual opening remarks, because that's part of our political commitment and our commitment to continue being accountable and being oversighted by this portfolio committee. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister. We really appreciate that. And let's also give over again to Finance Manager, CFO.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Just want to say good morning to you and honorable members, to the Minister of Social Development, to the CEO and the rest of the colleagues. Just want to say good morning. Chairperson, I'm presenting the financial plan that supports the performance targets that have been presented. If I can have the next slide. So this slide, Honorable Chair, just give us the snapshot of the allocation over the MTF period of 22-23, which is the year that has passed, and the 23-24, which is the year that we currently presenting, and the 2 outer years. If you were to look at the slide, Honorable Chair, you will see that we have received an additional 400 million. That takes us to 7.9 billion rand, which is the administration budget for SASSA. The 400 million that we have received is specifically for the implementation of the 350 grant, which is the administration. So if you were to take out that, you will see that the growth will not have been that meaningful. At this particular point, I think the growth will have been just only be 70 million rand. But in 24-25, you will see that we only actually receive not even an additional amount. So the budget for SASSA for the next year will be reduced by 60 million, which is actually the percentage on year growth. Only in the year 25, 26 that you see actually the 354 million, if there will be no changes to that allocation. So generally what it means that because SASSA did not receive any additional money or funds for the rest of the other activities, the activities that will be linked to the CPI relating to the existing contracts, the issue of the cost of living adjustment, which is the salaries of the employees, and also for the new priorities. Just to fund all this, we needed to make sure that the allocation process was underpinned by prioritization and deprioritization. So it means that we needed to get the priorities to get the larger or the better share of the allocation. Next slide. Thank you very much. So this slide, Honorable Chair and honorable members, just give us the snapshot of the percentage split within the summary of budget allocation. You will see that 45% of the 7.9 billion will go to the compensation of employees, and 54% goes to goods and services. You see that the transfers and the capex just only take a percentage. That is the percentage share of the allocation. Next slide. If I could. Yes, that's the slide. Thank you very much. What is more significant here, Mr. Zwane in his presentation, Chair, did indicate generally on the issue of the targeting of the SMEs and empowerment, and did indicate that I will be able to shed light on the bulk of the allocation for goods and services. So this slide actually presents the items with the measure spending. So there's the materiality of where does the 4.2 billion allocation goes to. You will see, Honorable Chair, honorable members, that the cash handling fees actually take the largest share of that. And the cash handling fees is where we are paying for the post-bank services. I can confirm that that contract actually takes the larger share, 17% of the goods and services budget. So that contract currently is under negotiation to negotiate the fee adjustment, because the fees that we have agreed with Postbank or SAPO actually have run its course, and then it is due for the review. So we currently engaged in the process of adjusting those fees. The second part that you will see, which is the one that deals with the leases. So you'll see that 356 million, which is the 4% of that it will just take actually the contract relating to the office accommodation. SASSA has about over 654 properties that we're responsible for, that we are paying leases either from private landlords or either from other government entities. But you will see that the property cost, which is the 7%, which is the 574 million, this relates to three main areas. One is the cleaning services contracts across the organization, which is 9 regions plus head office, spending about 123 million. You have municipal services that we pay to the municipalities about 79 million, and you will have 373 million relating to the security services across the organization. That guards take care of about 9 regional offices, about 46 district offices, just over 400 local offices, and just around 1,000 service points that we are responsible for. The other one that is more important, significant, it will be your ICT services. So the 475 million that you see there, 200 million of that goes to SETA contracted services, and 135 is for the other contracts, and about 89 million goes to software and licenses within the organization. So if you look at the other ones, which is the bank charges that we pay to SAP, we pay to BankServe, we also pay to the banks. So you realize that the residual amounts that we have are very minimal just to do new contracts around them. But be as it may, as Mr. Zwane has indicated, that we still want to really prioritize about 5% of the remaining spending, which is the demand plan for the year 23-24, to be able to empower our own SMMCs. Thank you very much. You can go to the next slide. So in the next slide, I think we felt that it will be important for us to really share with the members how the 400 million that we have received from Treasury has been split. So 130 million, which is 2%, actually goes to your bank charges. You see the service fees that are paid to Postbank taking 3%, and then the rest of the other ones is just under a percentage that we're dealing with it. But what is more important here, we understand that the SMS notification, which is the communication, is something that we'll want to really make sure that we communicate with our beneficiaries. The risk mitigators, where you have your TransUnion just to check whether there are not people that may happen to be part of what we are paying or who we need to pay, that may be found in those databases, that we can pay more attention to them. And we also have a contract and relationship with the South African Fraud Prevention Services, just to make sure that our data is validated and we can at least deal with the exceptions. For the system that we have the support and maintenance system, including any development work that may be required, because this grant is somewhere, sometimes there are changes that the department may want to issue or the minister give additional directions, then we try to make sure that the developmental work is catered for. We're spending about 22 million. Our call center currently is partially outsourced. So we do have an internal call center. We also have a service provider that assists us. And this was necessitated because we do receive a significant number of calls that are coming as a result of the 350. And therefore, we contracted a service provider just to provide that. And we're spending just under 40 million in that regard. Thank you very much. We can take the next slide, please. We also needed to just take a slide on what will be our capital investment that we're going to do. We will be spending about 29 million, Honorable Chair, on alternative energy. We do understand that our local offices are hard pressed in terms of the service delivery, the start and stops. We have started with this program and we will be able to increase it during the year 23-24. We allocated 29 million around it. But we also did an improvement, commit on the improvement of office accommodation. And we said that about 15 million we're going to spend on physical accessibility and the dignity services, branding and network upgrade in local offices. This will be primarily be targeting the local offices. But because we're also going to need the tools of trade, we have made a commitment that we need to refresh the current working tools, which is the computers and laptops, and also to advance and empower officials to be able to have remote working. So we'll be spending about 15 million around it. We will also be spending, I think Mr. Zwane did indicate that we're going to target about 27 local offices, 3 local offices per, 3 per region, 3 local offices per region. So we're spending about 233,000 per local office just to implement the queue management system. So that will make us to spend 6.3 million rand for that program and that target. Next slide, please. So what we want to really recommend to the portfolio committee is that the portfolio committee considers and support the 23-24 annual performance plan for SASSA, and also support the financial planning and allocation as tabled in Parliament. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. May I hand over back to the CEO.
Thank you, CFO. I think to ensure that the portfolio committee members have got sufficient time, I think we need to stop here and hand back to the chair for guidance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CEO and CFO. Now it's the time for Lindy. What is the next item? Is it not deliberations and discussion on the?
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair, you are correct.
Yeah. Now the presentation from SASSA has been put forward to us. Let's get on it and discuss it, honorable members. I'm waiting for hands. I see the hand of Bridget, Honorable Bridget Masango, and Honorable Alex and Honorable Stock. Those are the hands for now. Over to you, Honorable Masango. Honorable Masango.
Thank you, Chair. I'm so sorry. Sorry, Chair.
Yes.
I've had connectivity issues, so I may have missed some of the presentation parts that the agency has made. But the questions I have, Chair, in thanking the SASSA for their presentation are related to, the first one is related to the customer experience that Mr. Zwane referred to in his presentation. I just would like to know what form does it take, because obviously one is seeing a negative customer experience on the ground, at least where one has been to do oversight. And if there are any timelines, because I see that this is actually a forward-looking presentation, if one can have an indication of when to expect at least the start of this new customer experience that is being referred to. And secondly, the number of offices that are going to be receiving the alternative energy and the tools of trade and laptops and things like that, if they are not covering all the offices, what criteria was used to sort of identify the ones that are going to be receiving this service? Because one has been to offices like one in Pretoria Street in Pretoria, but also one has been in places like Utolo, where there's just no tools of trade and alternative energy is not there, where you have a situation where people are waiting because of load shedding, and then load shedding goes, and then the systems are down, and then the systems are back on, and then there's one computer that is being used by everybody to assist scores of clients waiting in the queue. And I just would like to know what criteria, if it's not covering the entire country, what criteria was used to identify those that need the service. And then the third and the last one, Chair, there was a mention of replacing the legacy system with a new one. And I would like to also know, just to get some kind of an indication, because some of the problems when you circle back to the fact that SOCAN is not working, it is old, and as a result, when you have solved all the other problems, like your load shedding, like your systems being offline, you still are saddled with the SOCAN that is not working. So I would like to just find out, when is this going to happen by? Can just one wait for the entire period for which this presentation is done, or are there any attempts or efforts to ensure that it works much quicker? Because also with the queues in post offices and pay points, we are now approaching winter, and we can expect people will be standing in winter outside of SASSA or post offices and experiencing what was presented very, very eloquently earlier on. So those are the questions I have, Chair, and I am experiencing connectivity problems, but I believe colleagues will pick up where I missed on the responses. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Masango. Honorable Alex Abrams.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to everybody online. Chairperson, I've just got a few questions. The first question on slide 16, SASSA's broken down, the growth of the grants very nicely, but there's no tab for the child support top-up grant. And I just want to understand why we're not measuring that measuring the growth of it as a separate tab, and then are those numbers then incorporated into the normal child support grant as depicted on slide 16? So yes, I just want to know why we're not giving us, a separate line item for the top-up grant. Then, we touched on leases and properties, and the AD, we know that SASSA spends a small fortune on these properties. The AG on Wednesday mentioned, they just flagged that there were 40 leases of the buildings that were not in the procurement plan, and that it could possibly lead to irregular expenditure later down the line. If we can just maybe get some insight as to what is going on with those 40 buildings. Then on slide 33, the presenter, the CFO, yes, to highlight the big budget line items, but even those 0% are still quite a lot of money. If you look at the bursaries, it's still 9.8 million, and I didn't know SASSA actually offers bursaries. So I'd like to know, is that for internal staffing? Is it for outside people? And exactly what is the course that's been offered as a bursary when it comes to SASSA? So I would like to have some information on that. Then speaking about staffing, SASSA is not, there's no mention of staffing really in the presentation. And we know that SASSA lost quite a few employees during COVID. And, you know, whenever I engage with SASSA, you know, it's always about they don't have, you know, enough staff to manage offices and to come out to communities. And I'd just like to know where in this plan, in this budget, are we going to capacitate SASSA? Because again, and I've mentioned it before, every time you look, it's an acting person here and another acting person there, and it changes all the time. So when are we going to address, you know, SASSA's staffing issues? Then on load shedding, I'd like to find out. I assume that all of the provincial and regional, which is one and the same offices in the different provinces, they have generators, while the local offices are still waiting for their generators. And the local offices are the client-facing offices, while the provincial regional offices are not client-facing. And load shedding is not going anywhere. And I think the one response I got, it will only be 10 generators per region that will receive a generator. So again, not every local office will. But in a case, and I'll give the example of East London. East London's local office is not far at all from the regional office in the, I think it's the BKK or BBK building. It's not far. It's a 5-minute drive. It's just up the road. So why are we then, and when I went there on last week, Friday, they were being load shed with people standing outside and inside waiting. And the clients I spoke to were there on Monday, were there on Tuesday, and they were still waiting to be seen. And it was Friday already, and it was load shedding. But up at the provincial office, all the lights are on, generators go in. So why, in some situations like that, where the buildings are so close together, are we not trying to move our clients to the building that has a generator to actually help them during load shedding? So that's the question. And then onto the queue management system. I don't know if the CEO is aware, or, you know, but in this written response that I got from a written question, you know, I was told the East London office, it's 100% live with the queue management system. And, you know, that the department spent, or SASSA spent, you know, 170,000 Rand on it. Yet when I went there, absolutely no queue management system. And even though it was load shedding, I mean, the official could confirm there's no machine. There's supposed to be a machine, but there's no machine that's issuing the tickets. The customer service person at the door is still physically writing out the tickets. And I mean, the screens where the numbers are displayed, that were there. So, you know, I'm not too sure what was the 170 Rand spent on, but it certainly wasn't on a queue management system that in this written question, I'm told it's 100% live and active. And I'm sure that if I go and visit the other ones, I'm going to find the exact same thing. So that's just a matter of grave concern that we're getting presented that there's a functional queue management system. But when you actually go to visit the offices, there's absolutely nothing there, yet we're spending money on it. So what exactly are we spending money on? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Alex. The Honorable Stock.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to all my colleagues, and as well as the SASSA and all the entities officials who are on the platforms. Greetings to all of you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me also join my colleagues in appreciating the presentation from SASSA on the annual performance plans. And then I must say, to a large extent, the presentation has covered a lot of ground because I had a number of issues that I wanted to pose to the department. So as they were presenting throughout the presentation, I had to take out some of the issues because some of my concerns or areas of where I wanted to pose the questions, they were actually covered. But having said that, Honorable Chairperson, I just want to start by first posing the question on the implementation of the biometric system. I think it also came out very clearly from the presentation that it will be rolled out throughout this year. So I just wanted to find out from SASSA that, a few years ago, when they wanted to implement this biometric system or roll it out throughout the local offices, there was an issue between SASSA and the labor unions, because the labor unions, they felt this is going to be an additional burden on most of their members and all of that. So there was an area which they needed to sort out. So I just want to find out, are those concerns between the labor unions and SASSA, have they been addressed now? Is this going to be a full implementation throughout SASSA offices, or are we still on the pilot phase, or what is happening? And also, I just want to find out, considering the increase in the teenage pregnancy throughout the country, what would SASSA attribute the gradual decrease of the foster care grant over the years, as well as the decrease on the child support grant over the past financial years? And then I would also like to find out, Honorable Chairperson, what are the key interventions that SASSA will make in order to ensure that the 95% target for processing of the COVID-19 SRD grants are achieved? And then also, what considerations have been made in order to ensure that the issues that are affecting SAPO and SASSA, the issues that have been there between the post office, SASSA, and all of that? Because throughout the presentation, I've also noted that the presentation on the budget, when the CFO was presenting, he indicated to us clearly that there were issues, and then there might be changes in terms of the rate that SASSA was paying towards SAPO, and then the payment of the SASSA to SAPO takes a huge budget of SASSA. So I just wanted to find out whether the issues have been resolved so that it does not ultimately affect the target of SASSA as we move forward. And then whether those issues that we continue to raise, which were actually as a result of this relationship that was not healthy between SASSA and SAPO, are the issues being resolved to ensure that in the future, those issues will not come back again to haunt us at a later stage. And then lastly, Honorable Chairperson, I would like to find out what are the interventions that SASSA will make in order to ensure that the target of 5% women SMMEs will be prioritized. And then if there's an agreement on that women SMMEs will be prioritized at the level of procurement, in what sectors will those be in? Or which areas are actually going to be prioritized to focus on actually procuring from the SMMEs of women? Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Those are my issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stock. Can we give over to Honorable Aris? Honorable Aris, followed by Honorable Murray. Can we give over to Honorable Murray whilst Honorable Letitia is struggling with the connectivity?
Good morning, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to SASSA for introducing this budget to us. Chair, there's only a few things that I also would like to ask is that, you know what, I still want to know, can the people still register for the 350? Is the registration ongoing, or was there a date that the registration stopped? And then also I'm having the same concern as Member Alex about the top-up grant. It's a very serious issue and no one is really taking this top-up grant very seriously, because grandparents are sitting with children where they are not being assisted with this top-up grant. And I see it is not in the budget as well. And then the other question I want to ask, Chairperson, I see in one of the slides they are saying they are using another call center to assist them with queries around certain things. But I want to understand, how do you need another call center when everyone must apply online? So what is the call center being used for? Why do you need another company to assist you with the call center? I just have a concern about that one. And then also the offices of SASSA, like the previous neighbors were saying, people are standing in the road, in the street, and it is raining sometimes. In Free State, it's very cold. They are standing in long, long lines outside. What is SASSA going to do about that one? And then also I'm having a problem with Tabanchu. One of the offices were closed there, and it's been closed for more than 2 years. People have to travel sometimes to Botshabelo to get assistance. What are the plans with these offices that were closed? They were going to renovate and then things never happened. What are they going to do about that? And then also I want to know, which criteria do they use to say this office is going to get a generator and not that one? How are they deciding which offices are going to get these generators? Because if you look at people using their last money to go and register for SASSA, when you get there, you are being told it's load shedding. And as you can see, we have 4 hours, then 1 hour it's on, and then it's off again, 2 hours, and it's like that all the time. So everyone is struggling at the very moment. I want to know how and what criteria are they using to make sure that these offices are getting generators. I want to agree with Member Stock. The teenage pregnancies is a huge concern. I'm glad that he has raised this thing of the teenage pregnancies. How are we going to address this problem? Is it going to mean that you go with Department of Health and have awareness campaigns or whatever? Because more and more children are getting children, and it's a huge concern. Just yesterday, we saw an article of a 9-year-old girl getting a baby girl. I mean, 9 years old, it is concerning, it's alarming, and it's worrisome that our children are getting younger and getting babies. So what is the department doing about it? Are we just paying it because people are getting children and now we're giving them this child allowances? How are we doing these things? It is just a concern that I'm raising. And then the same thing that Honorable Stock was saying about the SMEs. Yesterday we had a workshop and there was a lot of complaints about the SMEs that says that, you know, they're not being paid on time, they are struggling, more and more of them are closing. What is SASSA doing to assist these small SMEs? Are they reaching out to them on a level that they can say, okay, like the artists, the singers and the people that is doing dramas and what? Is SASSA having a special fund for these people as well, where they're not working, there's no income? Can they go and register for a grant or what? We were discussing all these different things yesterday. So I'm just raising it because I was just concerned about this yesterday. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Marie. Honorable Bilangulu and Honorable Masango.
Thanks, thanks, Chairperson. Firstly, I would like also to join other members in appreciating the reports that we've just received. The first issue, Chair, is the one that has been touched by the CEO in her remarks, to say yesterday, if I did heard her clearly, in one of the post bank, they ran out of cash.
So,
And
Chair,
Hello.
sorry,
Okay,
Chair.
I'll give you time.
Chair, I was losing my network. Can you hear me?
Yes, but I will give time. I will give you time after Honorable Kate Milangul.
Okay, sure, Chair, but the network is bad. I hope I will have network. Okay, thanks, Chair.
Don't worry, Honorable Aris, you can write it down because now you are interfering here. Chair, I was still saying, while the CEO was giving her remarks, he even indicated the issue of one of the post banks where they get ran out of cash yesterday, and the beneficiaries stay there for a night. She even indicated that they have been given blankets. But the issue is there no indication while they are busy doing their work to check, considering the queue that will be there or people who are there as beneficiaries, to say it's like here we'll have a problem, and then they devise a means in order not to make people to sleep over, more especially the old people. I don't think it's the right thing to do. Is there anything that they can do in future not to repeat or to hear some of these things going forward? There is this other thing. I can't remember whether it was under program 1. Unfortunately, I wasn't being able to see the slide numbers. They did present one of the new targets as 70%, the ones talking about the labor-related cases, the backlog labor-related cases. They are saying their new target now is 70 because they usually used to be under 100%. So what I wanted to check with them is that why are they targeting 70%? Even if they used to be under 100%. But to me, if they put that target, it's like they don't want to change or they don't want to improve in their work, because if they do want to improve, why can't they take it to 100% and they make sure that they correct? I think for now they should be saying we didn't manage to get 100% simply because we're treating our cases like this. So we are going to change in order to make sure that we can reach the 100%. I don't know. Maybe they can explain as to why are they coming up with that instead of the 100%. I've seen also under, is it financial what, where they were talking about bursaries. There was 9.8 there, but I don't know whether that bursaries is for them helping school children, or that bursary is for what. I just need clarity on the bursary thing. I'm interested on it. Lastly, Chair, there is this number of 54 offices. They were saying 6 per regions. Can they explain further in order to understand when they're saying 64 offices, which is 6 per region? I don't know. In my understanding, I take it could maybe the regions are provinces, meaning if are provinces, it means it's 6 per province. But if it's that, some of our provinces are so vast. If the number is the same, don't they think that in some of the provinces, it means the services will be too far because of the vastness of the areas? Lastly, Chair, is the issue of under goods and services. The one that I'm going to mention, I think it's more of operational. Checking DSD and SASSA, most of their cars are too old. I just want to check as to how often do they buy cars for the department, because the new cars that you usually see in SASSA or DSD is the subsidy cars, not the ones of the department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vilankulu. Let's give over to Honorable
Chairperson.
Hello.
Chairperson.
Hello.
Can I come back with something? I've seen
Okay.
the minister. I don't know whether the minister is still in.
I'm here.
Oh, Honorable Minister, I've seen something in your head, written SASSA. I just wanted to check if SASSA can do for us when we go for oversight. You know, it's too hot, but we don't have this. But I see some from other portfolio committees, like Department of Education. When they go out for oversight and public hearings, they have something to show that really they are doing this for this department or this entity. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Kate Vilankulu. I have just forgotten to comment a good, I will say good input yesterday together with it's yourself and Honorable Stock. I listened to that mini plenary. You were so good. I think you were spot on in terms of this thing of Postbank, Honorable Vilankulu. Thank you. We'll wait from the minister to organize those that I haven't noticed. Honorable Aris, are you still on? Honorable Aris, Letitia.
Chairperson, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Chair,
I requested
good
you
morning,
to go.
this network.
No, I
You
requested
guys must
you
really
to
get a
go.
solution to this
No,
ESCOM problem.
no. I
Chair,
requested you
thank
to
you very
go to
much for
Cape
the
Town.
opportunity.
Aris,
Thank you, the chair.
Aris, I requested you to go to Cape Town, to where the
I am
network.
in Cape Town. I am in Cape Town, Chair. I am in Cape Town. It is in Cape Town where I experienced this challenges. George,
Oh,
it's much
sorry.
better. No, so don't come. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity, Chair. Chair, I would like to say thanks for the presentation, Chair. However, I am worried. Chair, at the SASSA offices, they have generators, but these generators do not have any capacity. My worry is, however, that we will sit with a backlog of applicants that are applying for these grants. And I want to know what plans does SASSA have in place to ensure that we don't sit with a situation with this long queues. The other thing that I would also like to mention, Chair, I'm worried about these expired cards because I feel that these expired cards leave opportunity for fraud and corruption. Because I want to ask Shay, what is the possibility that we can insource again these payments? Because if we look at the challenges at the post bank and the queues that our people sitting in and the frustration, because our people must literally go borrow money to get to these post office only to find out that there's no money to be paid out to these beneficiaries. And it's a serious challenge because our people, and this 350s chair, many of our people lost their cell phones. We want to go to a situation where we have the cardless option. Many of our people are not educated. Many of our people don't have cell phones, and we really need to look into these things, Chair. I'm really begging you that our people are suffering out there. And many of our people are relying on this 350 rand, which they don't get because of the post bank. And secondly, Chairperson, the other important thing is also in terms of SASSA really need to up the game because there's also this challenge that they are having with this disability grant and even the shortages of assessment doctors and things like that. SASSA come and present and they come and give us a very nice picture and look like everything is okay. things are not okay with SASSA. SASSA is not delivering the services that our people needed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Aris. Let's give over to Honorable Masango, followed by Honorable Mhlongo.
Chair. There was just one question that I wanted to ask earlier on that I forgot. And that question has to do with the agreement between SASSA and Postbank, who in February, I believe it was Mr. Van Friede who said that the review timeline was set at 31st March 2023. I would like to know what the status of that is, and if it means that if it hasn't happened, if it hasn't been finalized, does it mean that the SASSA and SAPO are operating outside of any agreement? Is that a accurate understanding, or there is some sort of a narrative that one should be aware of? And also because we are hoping that a review will yield reduced service fees, because they're quite high. If you talk about 188 and 81 cents per beneficiary in cash pay points, and 72 Rand and 95 cents per beneficiary in SAPO branches. So I heard the CFO say that they were looking at negotiating those service fees. And this is why I am interested in finding out if that review has been finalized by the 31st, by the 30th of March, as Mr. Van Friede said, in February, or if it hasn't happened, what timeline has been renegotiated for that to be finalized? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Masango. Honorable Song.
Thank you very much, Chair. Please pardon me where I am, it's a bit noisy. And also my network is not really good. So I'm not sure if some of the questions that I'm going to raise have been raised already. But one question on the SCO funding, can the agency elaborate more on the alleged donor agenda influencing CSO funding and what this means? And then the second question would be, are there any plans from the side of the NTA to encourage engagement and debates between government, civil society, and the private sector on development policy? If yes, please elaborate on these plans. And then lastly, is there a plan in the turnaround strategy for the NTA to turn these groups into their best potential? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ste. I think I don't see any other hands now, but mine, I'm concerned, man, about this queue management. I think the entity must check up this one. There are still long queues. I hear this issue that has been said by CEO in terms of the load shedding that is acting on this one. But I think members has covered this by saying that there are generators and locals are waiting for generators. If they can fast track this issue of generators, I think it will assist. You know, imagine Honorable Abrams, I'm passing by this office almost every day in East London, looking at that queue, not sure what to do about it, but being frustrated to see the queue almost every now and again. I think I had the CEO or CFO talking about this queue management. It's not enough that you are doing about it. The other thing, I think the honorable members have managed to touch this thing of offices of, or I would say the rental. It's huge. This thing of rental of offices in the budget, it's too huge. But you see people outside, you don't know these rentals, whether it's small offices or what is the issue. But when you pass by these towns, especially the small towns, hey, it's still a problem. Can we request the entity to check the plan on what is it that they are going to do with this? There is also this thing of shortage of doctors for assessment. Do they have, or do you have the plan for it, on what is it that is going to happen, even if it depends on health, Department of Health, but maybe you have also to have something to say on what is it that is going to happen at the end of the day in terms of this shortage of doctors for assessment. The other one, yeah, I think it's enough. Let me not put more questions. There are too many already. Can we give over to CEO? You see on how.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll ask the CFO to respond to all the questions that are related to financial issues, including the issue of facilities in terms of what the approach is being used. Ma'am Alexandra, I want to apologize again for us not separating the top-up grant from the other child support grant, because you did ask for those to be separated even at the strategy session. So we'll make sure that in terms of the future reporting that we separate them so that we can track what the performance is. On the issue of bursaries, these bursaries that we're referring to, ma'am, and members, is bursaries for staff that want to upgrade their skills, so they do qualify for bursaries. They are not necessarily for people that are external to SASSA. On the issue of staffing, the CFO will talk to the impact of the salary increases that recently have been announced and what the implication is on our cost of employees, because this has not been allocated or budgeted for. It therefore means that we're going to have to take from our base. I would like to ask Brenton to respond to the grant-related issues, and the CFO will then respond to the issues that are related to facilities and financial issues, but also to indicate that sometimes we do get confused with DSD in terms of some of the offices. The office that Honorable Member was referring to that is said to be non-functional in Tabanchu is not our office. Our office still exists. It's more the DSD office. And on the question that Mem Masango also asked with regards to load shedding in the Pretoria office, ma'am, we don't get affected by load shedding in that particular office. The challenge that we had was with the laptops, and 400 laptops were allocated to the province and to that office so that we can make sure that they've got sufficient tools of trade for them to be able to do the work that they need to actually do. So I'll leave Brenton to answer to the greater grant issues, and then CFO will come. Unfortunately, the RAM for Eastern, the acting RAM for Eastern Cape is not here to be able to respond to what's happening in East London, but I will call there in the meantime to see as to what the position is. But the probability is that it's more because the system also should be impacted by making sure that there's electricity, but I'll try and understand why there is no paper and issues like those. Those are basic management issues that we should be able to attend to. Brenton, let me hand over to you first to also talk to the issues that are related to the SLA and MSA with SAPO. Thanks, Chair. Brenton.
Thanks. Good morning, honourable members, and Chairperson. Good morning, Minister. I think there were quite a number of questions related to the grants. So with regards to the first question asked by Honourable Masango around the customer care experience in our current Yeah, we've got those 4 targets, or 2 targets, and I'm just trying to pull it up. Maybe if Sipo could put it back on the screen. Sorry. So it's about our turnaround time in terms of how quickly we deal with how quickly we're going to deal with queries, which we've set for the current year at 90% queries resolved within 5 working days, and 80% disputes resolved within 14 days. Continued rollout of the QMS, as well as improvements in our communication and marketing programs. However, we do note that the customer experience is a lot broader than just the customer care unit, because a lot of things impacted. For example, the poor service delivery from SAPO, Postbank, since they've taken over the contract from SAPO, as well as the continuous load shedding, system unavailability. All of this then negatively impacts on how we deal with on the experience, and probably has a much larger impact on the experience that customers have, and requires a much larger intervention in that respect. The challenge with Postbank being particularly difficult at the moment, but maybe just for those members who may not have picked it up yet, the challenge around the card expiries, which was also a question, has been temporarily resolved. The Postbank has gotten a extension from the Payment Association of South African Reserve Bank to extend the expiry date on the cards to the 31st of December, basically end of this calendar year, which brings a bit of relief. So those cards won't be expiring. And so that does bring a bit of relief for the current payment cycle, as well as for the next 8 months or so. However, it's still a deadline that we're concerned about, and we are engaging Postbank to ensure that they do meet this deadline, and that they don't come to a point where come December next year we have the same problem again. So we are having constant engagements and monitoring them on still driving the card replacement project. So let me go back to the questions. In terms of the agreement that we haven't managed to finalize the agreement with Postbank by the 31 March as we determined, largely because we can't reach agreement on price. Just the price issue is a little bit of a tricky or thorny one, in the sense that if one just considers what we used to pay for this grant back in 2017, we used to pay almost 2 billion rands, over 2 billion rands for these services. Our budget has come down to 1.4 billion rands over the last couple of years. As opposed, if it had to sort of be increasing with inflation, it would be close to 3 billion rands by now. And hence, we're still trying to provide the same level of service with about half the budget that we've previously had. And that has, many people would have seen comments from the Postbank, Postbank from the post office that SASSA, that bankrupted them. Not necessarily the case, but it is, we are trying to squeeze out more than what we can with the budget that we have available. And hence we're struggling to reach an agreement with Postbank at the moment, particularly on price. They're looking for price increases of more than 100% of what we currently pay. That takes us way more than the budget that we have. And we're going to have to make then some very difficult decisions in terms of, are we still able to provide these full sets of services with the funding that we currently have. Hence, it's taking a bit of time to reach conclusion on those agreements. But in terms of the follow-up question is, are we operating outside of the agreement? So the answer would be no. When the agreement was ceded from SAPO to Postbank, it was ceded on the same terms and conditions with the option to review it. Hence, the current agreement, the one that's been in existence since 2018, remains the binding agreement of the contract. It is a risky agreement for Postbank. It's in their interest to review it so that they don't end up in a similar position as Post Office, where they're running losses on the agreement. But but it's not as if we're operating outside an agreement. The existing agreement as it was remains in place until such a point that the new agreement can be entered into. In terms of, I think CEO mentioned already the one around the CSG top-up numbers. I think there was just one slide in the presentation by SIPO which gave the target for the current year, which is, well, not, yes, the current year, we're already in it, which is 67,000. But as CEO mentioned, we will try and make reporting on this a lot more explicit in future presentations. In terms of the, okay, I think CEO mentioned she's going to call the office manager in East London just to be sure, but just to give a sense of what the money is spent on. So the money spent, so the queue management system is already a system that we have. It's a computer system that doesn't cost anything. We've developed it in-house. And in fact, it can run without equipment. So the sort of backup that one often sees, the manual systems that people go into and writing on paper, etc., is one way in which that system can run. And we do also encourage all our regions to try, and even if they don't have the money for the equipment. So the money we spend is on the equipment, the screens, the computers, the printers, and all of those things that needs to power it. But the actual system can run off any computer in the office and can be used with manual interventions as well. I'm not 100% sure what happened in East London, and I believe CEO is currently calling and trying to figure out what's the issue in East London. But we will also definitely have a look at that office from head office point of view to make sure that, you know, what they've reported on is accurate. The biometric system, Honourable Stock, is going to be rolled out hopefully by the end of the current financial year. We still got a whole bunch of issues, as you've mentioned, with unions to be addressed. The main part of the system, but the biggest challenge here is still just the procurement of the system, which we hope to complete. We started and hope to complete it in the first quarter, and then once we've got the system, we can then we'll have to do various tests and be able to do those, trying to get the right word, time tests to see how much time it takes to implement the system in terms of the ordinary processes, and then have that engagement with organized labor in terms of whether or not this does impact staff workloads. We actually think it will reduce staff workloads, because what we do now is we take fingerprints manually, and this should actually reduce workload as opposed to increase workload. The decreases in child support grant and foster care. So foster care grant is largely as a result of the implementation by departments of social development around the amendments to the Children's Act, where a lot of orphans living with family members are no longer being approved or taken through the foster care system. So we have seen large numbers of children coming off the foster child grant. The CSG overall decreases, I can't say for sure what is the cause of that, except that I know we have done a lot of reviews in the previous financial year on the child support grant, based on information the AG has supplied us, as well as our own analytics with government departments and other entities, where we found quite a lot of people on the CSG that may actually be in employment. So a lot of people have been suspended in that sense. Not sure if that would be the reason why we're seeing such a decline, but we're definitely looking into that and hopefully can report more on that going forward. In terms of the issues, so yes, SAPO, and noting the debates on SAPO, this remains one of the key challenges and risks for us going forward. We do think that the Postbank is in a slightly difficult position given SAPO's position and their reliance on SAPO for the delivery of services. And we, going forward, we hope that we are seeing, we will see improvements in the situation at SAPO. However, we've also increased our capacity on the ground and within local offices because we're seeing quite a lot of clients coming forward as well to request that the bank details be changed, and that's possibly those long queues that you're seeing of late at SASSA offices in particular is also largely as a result of many of our offices being overrun by or overwhelmed by this request for bank detail changes that is coming in because a lot of people are beginning to or wanting to migrate away from SAPO, and obviously as an agency we have to honor their request. In this, we have extended office hours in many of our regions to include to both opening earlier, closing later, as well as working on weekends. We've also opened SOCPEN for slightly longer hours to accommodate this. And in many regions as well, they've also cooperating with local municipalities to get community halls where and that tends to work a little better, where we try and divert people wanting to come in for bank detail changes to a separate area, and so that the normal sort of grant operations doesn't get crowded out by the bank detail changes. And that has also worked in areas where we've been able to implement that. That has also worked quite well. And we'll continue to do that over the next 2 to 3 months to accommodate anyone that wants to make these changes. Yeah. Then with regards to I think it was Honorable Marie's question around can people still register for COVID SRD? Yes, the system is still open and will remain open as long as government still provides this grant. So it is open. People can still apply for the grant. And those who have previously applied, the applications remain valid. There was no need to reapply in this iteration of the grant. On the issues of the top-up grants not being taken seriously, this is something we are driving quite extensively at SASSA, and we would appreciate if there's any feedback from members around offices which are failing. And I know all our offices aren't necessarily giving the best of services, and we do get complaints, but we do address them when these come forward, and we do continuous training as well of our staff to ensure that they understand this grant and that they do service clients. In terms of the question around the call center, why do we need a call center to assist us if everything's done online? The problem with the online system, it is a very cold system. There's no human interaction. You apply for the grant, you get told you've declined, you get a message, which is a short message, which gives you the reason that you declined. Normally it's just alternative income source identified. And people don't always understand that, people don't always accept that. So there is a need for a human interface. There is a need to be able to engage with people on at the human level and not just at the sort of AI level. And hence that's the need for the call center. Now, note that we've got about 4,000 staff working frontline in our local offices who engage with clients. Whereas with the COVID SRD grant, we don't have anyone engaging with clients. So hence we had to, and the only way we could really get people in quite quickly was through a call center, where we have about 300 agents in that call center, and they field about 500,000 calls every month. Probably one of the biggest call centers in the country. Just to be able to give that further feedback to clients, give clients an opportunity to call someone, ask their questions, get the explanations they need. Noting that sometimes that call center gets overwhelmed as well. But we think it's beginning to sort of settle down now that more and more people are beginning to understand how the COVID SRD grant works. and beginning to accept just sort of conditions around it and so forth. So there's still a lot of people calling in, still a lot of upset people when they get declined, but not as much as back in the very early days. In terms of, sorry, I'm just having to filter through quite a lot of questions. Go through. The issue around that the CEO raised and Honorable Palankula mentioned as well, that happened yesterday and today, is again something we definitely do not. It's against our service level agreement with the Post Bank. The instance, it wasn't the Post Bank necessarily that dropped the ball. It was Fidelity. They had a bombing of their vans, and as a result, they just reduced cash that they sent to this particular region, and they ran out of cash. It's also against the service level agreement that Fidelity has with Postbank, and so there are the necessary management interventions that are taking place between Postbank and Fidelity to ensure that they uphold their contract, to try and prevent such instances, especially such unilateral decisions by the outsourced company to alter cash requirements within a district without necessarily consulting the Post Bank on that particular matter. In terms, I think I've spoke about the expiry cards, the cardless solution. We see this as a valuable introduction to the Post Bank's arsenal of payment methods. It has been used on the COVID SRD with moderate success. I think the one they've designed for the normal grants works a lot better than the one that was designed for the COVID SRD. So we are hoping it will be rolled out with relatively successfully. The important thing is to note it's not for everybody. The aim is not to say everybody must use the cardless solutions, but it's there to reduce the pressure or the volumes and numbers of people coming forward for card replacement. So card replacements will still go on. People will still be issued with cards, but for those who can use the cardless solution, they are encouraged to use it. So there are a lot of beneficiaries that do have cell phones, are willing to. In fact, the cardless solution is quite a lot easier than a card solution. So there are those that we hope that will, especially amongst our CSG beneficiaries, that will adopt this, and this will then reduce the volumes of people needing to come in to get card replacements. But both systems will run to try and cover everybody. It's more of a solution to release or ease the burden than to say it's there for everybody and hence everybody must use it. People will still be given the option to use whatever method they are most comfortable with. CEO, I think that answers most of the questions. Oh, sorry, one more from Honorable Mbana around the shortages of doctors. Now, doctor assessments, doctors is a scarce skill in the country. And we do have an open contract. We source as many doctors as possible. Sorry, an open tender, and we source as many doctors as possible that is willing to supply services to SASSA. Some regions we do have enough. In fact, most regions I think we do have enough, but there are pockets of regions where we just can't get enough doctors in that regions. And what the regional managers then do try and do is that they try and get doctors from the more urban areas where we maybe do have extra doctors to route them to the areas where we don't have sufficient doctors. Doesn't work that perfectly. DSD has also recently amended legislation to allow us to use other health professionals, and hopefully, and we're still busy, working out the contracts in the procurement plans to try and bring in other health professionals such as occupational therapists who can also do assessments. Noting that all health professionals are short skill in the country, but we do think just bringing in these few extra professionals will also then be able to relieve the burden. But the same challenges do remain, especially in the more rural areas, is that health professionals, whether they're doctors or OTs or physiotherapists or other health professionals, they will. There's always a short supply in those areas, so we have to also get our plans on moving doctors around and getting them to go to those areas on outreach basis to work as well. Thanks, Honorable Chair and CEO.
Thanks, Brenton. Chair, through you, can I then ask the CFO to respond to issues related to finance and also related to facilities? Thanks, Chair.
Yes, please, ma'am.
So thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for another opportunity. Let me start with the issue of the capacity for SASSA and the implication of the budget, as honorable members have asked. As I indicated during my presentation, that because we did not receive any additional allocation, currently the staffing for SASSA as at the end of March was 7,723, taking about 3.47 billion rands. When we received the news that Treasury will not be funding the 7.5%, at the time we have had 31 posts that were planned to have been filled during the year 22-23, but we also lost some of the staff due to staff turnover for whatever reasons, then amounting to 156. So when we received those news, we had 187 posts that needed funding, and that post actually cost about 141 million rands. When we did the recalculation of the budget, we realized that the only amount that was available was 81 million rand. So what we have done at this particular point, Chairperson, was to restart the process of reprioritization of the posts. So we have set up a committee that is currently looking. We'll be able to finalize the list of positions that we can fill, informed by the following. Number one, it will be the service delivery issue, which is with the local offices. Number two, we'll be looking at the internal control deficiencies that has to do with the segregation of duties. Number three is that we'll look at whether there is an opportunity for us for alternative utilization of staff. Number four, we'll look at whether management control, which is the span of control for managers. So once this has been reprioritized, so of the 187 positions, we will not be able to fill all of them. So therefore, we'll have to reprioritize and look at what we can be able to fill. On the parallel process, we are also engaging Treasury to look at what is the implication government-wide, because Treasury was saying that they don't have additional funding. So if Treasury becomes amenable and there's a change of heart and we're to get additional allocation, we should be able to fill all the prioritized posts. If not, the process that I've outlined will be able to take place, but also linked with also the salary grading. So that is what we will be doing, which is actually probably that process will be concluded actually during the course of this month or just probably towards the end of June. But what we'll do is to make sure that those are addressed. Honorable Chairperson, there was also an issue relating to what did we consider when we considered the alternative energy supply. What we have done, we have looked at what we call the available budget. I have already indicated that SASSA had a limited funding. So from this particular point, we said, let's prioritize certain offices. And that will consider the volumes, which means that the number of beneficiaries that offices are servicing. So we looked at that. We also looked at the distances that are available between certain service points or certain villages to be able to see whether they can be a feed to the next one. The other thing that we have looked at is whether there could be available infrastructure for liquid office, which is the application for an online. The other issue that we have considered was at what stage of the procurement process, because leases, the bulk of SASSA offices are lease portfolio. So we have to check with the Department of Public Works and check in terms of their project plan, where is this procurement of this office? So if the procurement of that office is nearing the end, we will not be able to prioritize it, because already in our own strategy is that every office that we're procuring, whether it's a lease office or whatever, it must come with an alternative power supply as a standard lease agreement. So we're no longer procuring any buildings that doesn't come with alternative supply. So it is a standard. So the ones that we have already sent to Public Works, we already said that they must come with alternative supply. So we need to check where those processes are. And if we see that we're nearing, then we can at least say that it will come as a standard when the new list comes in. The other part of it is the suitability of the office, which is the needs assessment. Another honorable member said that there are offices that may not be suitable because some of them may not even have where people can come in and sit. So in other ways, it means that that office may need to be relocated. So these are the discussions that we've done. But we said, let's start with this. These are the bare minimum. As we continue throughout the year, we'll be able to identify any funding within the projected savings. And that amount will be channeled actually to fast track this program, so that by the end of this financial year, we'll have done a significant work around it. There was an issue that was raised by Honorable Abrams. I think it relates to the 40 leases that they were not in the demand plan. I think the AG wanted to say that they are in the demand plan, but there was no movement. So those leases are currently done by the Department of Public Works. So the 40 leases are included in the SASSA demand plan, but those are procured by the Department of Public Works. Because the SASSA policy says that when we want office accommodation, we need to request the Department of Public Works to procure. But because there was no movement, the AG was worried of the risk that these offices may incur irregular expenditure later on. But what we have done, Honorable Chair, was to monitor those leases very closely. Where Public Works comes back to us and say that any bid is non-responsive or they're having challenges, we have opted to extend the current lease agreement until a new process or an alternative accommodation is found. This was to make sure that we kept any risk of irregular expenditure in that regard. There was an issue that was raised dealing with Honorable Stock, I think, raised the question relating to the empowerment of the SMMEs. What we have done, Honorable Chair, we have reviewed the SASSA SEM policy, supply chain management policy. Included in the new SASSA policy, which has been approved by ESCO during the February-March, it includes actually the specific goals, which it is what we are targeting for women. So in the policy, we have already prioritized women. So if you are bidding and you are a Black-owned woman, then you will be able to attract, if it were using the 80-20 point system, then you will be able to have 20 points. It's the highest points that we can get. So if you are Black-owned, if you are not Black-owned, you're just a woman, you're falling into any other categories, but you're not the Black woman, then you will have 18 points in terms of the bid. These are for the entities that are 51% owned by women. And if ever then it's a youth, then we have a sliding scale. So if it's a 90-10 tender, which is the tender that is above 50 million, then the 10 points in that is allocated to Black women. So as part of prioritize and targeting for women, we have made it as a policy. So over the MTF, we'll be monitoring this. But again, what we do, as and when we have finalized the demand plan, we do what we call a market research. We do the analysis of who are the players in the space, what is the representativity of women in that space, and therefore we are able to come with an appropriate procurement strategy in that regard. And this will ensure that we get the empowerment. So what we have done in terms of the policy, the women are on top, then followed by the youth and the people with disabilities. So that is the second category that we're prioritizing. The rest fall down the line. So that will be able to assist us in this regard. There was a question that was asked by Honorable Bilangul, because the other one of the 54 offices per region is a vast one. We do take note of that, and therefore we will be able to make strides as we have potential savings just to expand that to make sure that we cover most of the offices that we will be attending to. And there was a question relating to the cars, that we are not acquiring cars. I can confirm to Honorable Bilangulu that we have acquired 489 cars during the year 22-23 through the retained surplus. We got funding from Treasury. The region that could not get more cars is the Western Cape, primarily because there were shortages of cars. So just at the high level, we've got 38 in the Eastern Cape, new cars. We've got 167 in Gauteng. We have 30 in the Limpopo province. We have 42 in Free State. We have 27 in Northern Cape. We have 73 in KZN. We bought 46 in Northwest. We bought 17 in Mpumalanga. We bought 49 in the Western Cape. But the fleet that is need actual more attention is the Western Cape. I think they've been having that fleet for the longest of time, but they could not be able to get the stock because there were limited supply in the country. So we could not buy further than that. But the planned procurement was just around 700 to 800 cars that we're looking for. So we have refreshed that in this regard. Honorable Paris talked about the capacity of generators. What we have done, we have already started with assessing all the offices just to make sure that any generator that is bought or any alternative power supply is fit for purpose, that we must never really be able to procure a less capacity in terms of the power supply in this regard. CEO, I'm not sure if I've missed any question, Honorable Chair, if I've missed any question that relates to this space. I think the CEO has answered the rest, and Mr. Van Vrede has answered the rest of the other questions. I can still be guided if there is any question that I have missed. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Chair, through you, I think we've answered most of the questions except for the one of East London. It was really, really unfortunate, Ma'am Alexandra, that the week that you actually went to East London was the time when the printer had a challenge, but it is currently working, and we'll continue to monitor to make sure that as we roll out the system is working properly. Chair, I want to hand over to you so that we can give NDA an opportunity to also present. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, CEO. Can we give over to NDA to present?
Good morning.
Morning.
Honorable Chairperson.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the CEO of SASSA, and officials, the executive of the NDA, the Minister of the Department of Social Development, and the acting DG and officials from the Department of Social Development. Let me take this opportunity to welcome the opportunity for presenting to the Portfolio Committee the annual performance plan of the NDA, which will be presented by the acting CEO, as well as the budget thereof. Before I hand over to the acting CEO, I will introduce the board members who are present in the meeting and apologize for those that are not present. Present in the meeting is myself, the chairperson of the board. My name is Nozabelo Ruth Bengu. We also have the deputy chairperson of the NDA board, Chief Livwane Matsila. We have Dr. Olwetu Sipuka, Mr. Tembinkosi Matthews Joseph, Ms. Sibongile Mngabe, and Mr. Majalifa Mohoto. The following board members have apologized. They are Ms. Happy Ralinala, Ms. Tanya Smith, and Ms. Nomtanda Zumoya. The three of them have got other commitments. We have received one resignation from Mr. Peter Pretorius, who resigned from COGTA and subsequently resigned from the NDA board. So in total, we have 6 members of the board present in this meeting. 3 have apologized and 1 has resigned. Thank you for the opportunity, Chairperson and Minister. I will then hand over to the acting CEO to introduce the executive and then move ahead to present the annual performance plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Mampengu. Let's allow you to delegate whoever is going to start presenting.
Good morning, Chair of the Portfolio, members of the Portfolio Committee, the Minister, the Acting DG, the CEO of SASSA, and all the colleagues that are here. We will be presenting our annual performance plan that has gone through all the processes for approval for 2023-24. Chair, if I may just outline the process we will follow so that things move smoothly. Mr. Morule, who is our strategist, will present our performance plan on performance information, and the CFO, Ms. Muthen, will present the financial part of the APP. But just at the beginning, I'll just make few comments, Chair. I think the first one is we welcomed and felt very relieved from the Minister of Social Development to appoint a board for the NDA after a long time without a board. And at the beginning of their function in January, the first assignment they got in their priority list was to conclude the performance plan that we are presenting today. They provided the direction and the strategic angle that NDA needs to take in order to fulfill its mandate of contributing to poverty eradication and its causes. Then in February, we had a 3-day workshop with the board to go through the draft turnaround strategy and for the board to provide the overall strategic perspective of the NDA in the next coming 5 years. And we had concluded that process with the board. And as we move forward, we are now shifting towards that direction. And as we start the 7th administration, the entire strategic 5-year strategic plan of the NDA will be based on the turnaround vision, the turnaround outcomes, and the turnaround processes and systems that are required for the NDA to meaningfully contribute in eradication of poverty. So given that background, Chair, we have configured this last 6th administration performance plan, last year of the 6th administration performance plan, to include all the work that has been done throughout the 6th administration for accountability purposes, but taking into account that we shift the perspective within which we have been operating, focusing just only on CSO, but we need now, the turnaround need us to focus on poor people that are the indicator for the NDA as its target group to measure its ability to contribute towards poverty eradication. So the structure and the perspective of the NDA will have some glimpses of both ends so that we conclude the 6th administration and we also prepare to address issues of poverty that will be faced by the 7th administration. With that few words, Chair, I will request Mr. Marule to take us through the presentation on performance information. At the end of it, Ms. Muthen, our CFO, will present the financial side of it. Through you, Chair, can I request Mr. Marule to take us through? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, members, and greetings to the chair and members, and to the executives and colleagues and the minister as well. I'm just going to quickly go through the APP as submitted and tabled on the 31st of March, and the presentation is forwarded to the members. If you can go to the next slide, this is the presentation outline. We're going to speak to the APP development process, what we went through in the process of development of the APP, some of which the CEO would have already touched on, and we would look as well at the legislative framework and strategy. Would look at the program performance information in detail, which has information about each program, what each program will be doing. And lastly, we will look at the aspects of the MTEF budgeting process. Our APP has gone through quite a process. If you go to the next slide, Mr. Kayumbi, we've had engagements at the level of management, consulting on a number of different things, the aspects, particularly reviewing our strategic. Looking at our strategic plan and ensuring alignment between the current APP and the APPs that we've had over the last 4 financial years, and looking at necessarily aligning still to that particular, the key strategic outcomes that are entailed in our strategic plan. And we had a process that started in October involving senior managers, and it culminated in January in the in the finalization of the APP, after which that APP was then submitted to the audit review and just assessment. And in the assessment process, I think one finding relating to the smartness of one indicator was raised, which indicator was then fully addressed, and the submission, the tabled APP was free of errors that were identified by the AG. One of the key principles that we looked at was to make sure that we don't have unfunded KPIs. And therefore, all KPIs that are included in this plan are fully funded and are budgeted for. The CEO has already spoken about the turnaround strategy and the extent to which it has influenced this particular APP. But I think it would be worthy to note that we implement this APP in the midst of high levels of poverty that reign supreme in our country, and this is an effort by NDA to make a dent and particularly implement specific programmatic interventions on the ground that will begin to eradicate poverty by creating jobs and sustainable economic activities as well. I'm gonna just go briefly onto the legislative environment that that guides us. Of course, there's a number of key pieces of legislation that guide all of us within the portfolio and government in its entirety. But in particular, for NDA, we are guided by our very own Act and the Non-Profit Organizations Act, and of course the PFMA as it were. I'm not going to go through these, and I think we are fairly fair with the policies, the national policies that guide us, relating, for example, to MTSF and the NDP, the priorities that are derived out of those two, and the specific NDP outcomes. So we make quite a significant contribution, towards these policies and as they guide our work going forward. But as well, just to add, we've got in the sector plan a number of key sector priorities that we have identified, which are reduced levels of poverty, inequality, and vulnerable and social ills, empowered, resilient individuals, families, and sustainable communities, and functional, efficient, and integrated sector. And these are the key sector priorities that we all contribute towards, SASSA, NDA, and the DSD itself. And they inform, for example, our impact statement. They would have informed, as you would have seen in SASSA's presentation, the outcomes that SASSA has. So they would have been derived out of this. So the specific programs as well that we are implementing towards reduced levels of poverty, towards empowering resilient individuals and sustainable communities, and also towards integrating the sector in some of the services that we offer where we go as a portfolio. So this is just an attempt to make members aware of what informs our work and what kind of contribution we are making in realizing that work in reality. This is our impact statement, vision, and mission. As I said in the previous slide, our impact statement is reduced levels of poverty in South Africa. Our vision is championing the development for a society free from poverty, and our mission is to be a premier development agency that coordinates and integrates development initiatives to break the cycle of poverty in the country. So this is what we arrived at. As the CEO said, we have a turnaround strategy which is being subjected to scrutiny and engagement by the board, which will further inform how we fashion ourselves going forward in relation even to our vision and mission going forward. And below there are the organizational values that guide our work as we interact within ourselves as colleagues within the portfolio, but importantly, as we interact with the service beneficiaries, the poverty-stricken communities whom we exist to serve. In the next slide, this is just by way of reminder, members, of what the key strategic priorities of the NDA are, which are centered by the development of the turnaround strategy. The first one is facilitation of the amendment of the Act, and I'm not going to go into detail. I think in our previous interactions with the committee, we would have already deliberated on some of these things, particularly these strategic priorities. But important is to add that the first one is the facilitation of the amendment of the NDA Act, which has advanced. It is at some advanced level, led by the department. The second one is the review of the service delivery model, along with the review of the business model. This is encompassed itself in the work of the turnaround strategy, which will finally be put to bed in this current financial year. The two other areas of priority relate to NDA institutional capacity and CSO capacity, to ensure that we are able to extend ourselves fully on the ground, through the work of CSAs that we deliver capacity on, and then a grant fund as well. We've had to engage a number of things. I'm not going to go into that much detail on this. Just suffice it to just note, members, that these are some of the instruments that we considered in scanning our environment, just to see what is the extent to which these forces, the politics, economic, all the aspects of the PESL, to what extent do they inform and influence our environment. And in our analysis, we've had to like really consider the type of indicators that we would then have, informed by this analysis that we had done across the PESL instrument or process that we embarked on. And this was essentially to have an understanding of the external environment, because we deliver services on the ground, and on the ground, these are the realities. The people on the ground are confronted by the politics of the day, the economic situation, the social environment, the technology, as it were, legal and environmental. So we've had to consider all these and to come to a determination of the type of indicators that we would have. And that's at an external environment analysis level. Internally, we've had also to look at our own strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And in relation particularly, I think just to give a few inputs on the strengths, we looked at our national footprint, that we are primarily positioned as the NDA in the sense that we have a national footprint. We have presence in different communities. Of course, there are other aspects that relate to our presence and be more known and improving the brand of the NDA. Those are other aspects of the I would imagine even opportunities that we need to tap into. But this is what we considered as it relates to our own internal configuration and reorganization as the NDA, so that we can put our best foot forward in delivering services to our people. On program performance information, which is really the gist of this presentation, we have a total number of 21 targets for the 23-24 financial year, and it's an improvement of about 9 targets or so, because we had 12 targets in the past financial year. So we've had a look and had to bring some of the work that we have been doing, that we had relegated to the operations, annual operational plan in particular. So we've had to look at some of the work that we're doing and that was accommodated there, and just elevate it to the level of the APP, so that it's on the radar and we're able to fully report on, particularly to the board and to other stakeholders. And that's the spread of the indicators: 9 for program 1 and 6 for program 2 and program 3. We thought it prudent, members, just to give you the structural configuration of the organization at the program by program level. Now, in program 1, there are 4 divisions: Office of the CEO, Corporate Services of the Office of the CFO, and Internal Audit. And this is the program that interfaces with the board through the company secretary. And it is also responsible for strategy implementation and monitoring. it offers sound financial management within the organizations within the organization, internal audit, and human capital management as well, which is the work that is done by corporate services. It also creates an enabling and operational environment through agile ICT systems and promoting and protecting the NDA brand, which is done by our marketing and communications unit. So that's how that's how we sum up, the work at a functional level, which is done at Program 1. Now I'm going to go to the specific indicators, and I will present. Bear with me on this one. I'm just going to present the high level 23-24 targets together with those KPIs without going into the into the two financial years, 24-25 and 25-26, as members would know that we are presenting essentially what is the MTEF plan and budget. So our emphasis is on the current financial year 23-24, and I would focus primarily on that. Also, I would not go into the specific quarterly targets, I think, for the sake of time in particular. We have 9 indicators, as I said in the previous slide, for Program 1. The first indicator is percentage of cumulative IFW expenditure submitted for condonation. And we've carried this. I think this is the 3rd financial year we are having this particular indicator, having had it in the first financial, in the 2021 financial year. And there was great progress done in that particular year, although at the level of the targeting that we had done, we had achieved at 0, although there was significant work done. Even in the past financial year, I think we're sitting at around 56% of condoned irregular expenditure. But what we have done, which is different in this current financial year, because there's a lot that lies outside our sphere of control. And what we have done, we have limited ourselves to submission of this for condonation. And in our realization, it takes quite a prolonged period of time to have, once you have submitted to National Treasury, to have those engagements with National Treasury and get to a point of ultimate condonation of irregular expenditure. So we have limited ourselves to submission, for condonation, because that is what is within our sphere of control. And in fact, that is a smart way of determining and putting indicators. Our target is 90%. We have made a few corrections. Members may have noted that in the presentation that we submitted, there were just typos on some of these targets. We have just corrected it to make sure that there's perfect alignment between what is presented here, what is in the presentation, and what is in the tabled APP. So our target is 90%, and we are currently sitting at just, I think, below 80% of let me rather say 80 million rather. We're sitting at about 80 million of irregular expenditure in our books, discounting the irregular expenditure that may have been, and fruitless and wasteful as well, that may have been identified in this current financial year. We're sitting at just less than 80 million. And that effectively means, because that becomes, once the audit process has been done and then there's been confirmation of what the irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure is, that will be the figure against which we'll be monitoring our progress. And we are hoping that with the processes that we have already have in place, we'll be able to do that. We already have in the organization the loss control committee, which has come in handy in the past financial year in terms of moving a number of key aspects of this work that had to be undertaken. The second indicator is the percentage of invoices paid within 30 days of receipt. And we have been doing quite well in this indicator, but we thought it prudent and wise to have it just on the radar, particularly because this is a public document and there's an understanding of the essence of the work that, or the progress that the NDA is doing in relation to this aspect of work. Together with the next indicator, percentage of prior year audit findings resolved, we have managed in the previous years to significantly reduce this, but there are a number of repeat findings that we want to give sufficient attention, and as a result, we'll be targeting 80% of prior year audit findings resolved. And part of the reason is we're targeting ourselves at 80%. It is because some of the implementation of a number of findings, it is such that you can only achieve this towards the end of the financial year. Some of them can be achieved right at the beginning and some at midway through the process. But a number of them are such that they can only be done and be audited in the next financial year because they are annual in nature. The next indicator is percentage implementation of preferential procurement targets for designated group as per the SCM policy. We recently revised our SCM policy. I think in the last financial year, it went through processes and even being approved at the level of the accounting authority. Now, we list a number of preferential targets as guided by key legislations that apply in this particular case. And we want to implement it to the extent of 80% of what is targeted in the preferential procurement policy. So we would be on a quarterly basis, of course, tracking our performance against this, reporting to the board on our progress against implementation of this particular indicator. But our annual target is 80%, which we are hoping, given what how we have been performing, that we would be able to live up to this target that we have set for ourselves. I think, moreover, this is also one of the targets that we want to just elevate from the annual operational plan to the APP, just to showcase the work that the NDA is doing in relation to compliance to a number of key legislations that guide the entire government. The next one indicator is electronic grant funding assessment and review tool deployed. Our work has largely been a manual, and which has delayed a number of processes. So as part of just revamping our work and making sure that we are able to have a greater reach and coverage in terms of particularly grant funding work that we do, we want to start digitizing some of this work. There's a number of key structures within the NDA that have to deal with the process of whether it's grant funding, the design of the proposals themselves, interacting with service beneficiaries on the ground, and coining and designing these proposals to a point where they can come to the board and even be approved for granting and implementation of those particular interventions in those proposals. So we want to have an electronic process that guides that entire process from A to Z, so that in the process we are more efficient and there's no delay in the different structures that have to interact with the grant funding process from proposal to proposal development to approval. So this is what we would be doing, and we want to deploy it as soon as possible in this current financial year. We're looking at the next indicator, ICT security strategy approved and implemented. We fell prey as the organization to a number of cyber attacks in I think in the course of last year, to a point where we wanted to prioritize cyber security measures in the organization. So we will be developing an ICT security strategy and having it approved and implemented. And of course, this is work that will happen in the first of the year. So, implementation can happen for the remaining period of the year, and prevent further attacks to occur in our environment. The next indicator is a number of human resource policies reviewed and approved. We're targeting 12 human resource policies. The reason we're looking at these 12 policies, well, of course, a number of them have reached this end of the cycle, for which they had been reviewed, and there's been developments. But in particular, we're looking at the life cycle of HR, as it were, just to make sure that around the life cycle of HR, we have key policies that we, that we have in place that define whether it's organizational development, whether it's job evaluation, recruitment, all of those, the entire continuum of HR, to have specific policies that are being reviewed and approved. And in some cases, to even revisit legislation to look at what are the new requirements. There could be requirements in specific legislation that guides the work of HR, where there's a need to further revamp and even develop new policies in that particular case. So we'll be able to look at those guided by the life cycle of HR, but also any new work that needs to be put in, to be provided for in policy, which we don't have currently. And that also relates to staff training interventions. As we do develop these particular policies, we want to also identify training requirements. It could be training requirements in the space of officials that are responsible for delivery of services on the ground. There are specific training interventions that they would need and that they would be exposed to. And this relates to community development and all such related training interventions, but also internally the support staff within Program 1 and Program 3 to some extent to benefit from training interventions that can sharpen them towards the work that they are doing, whether it's in ICT, whether it's in monitoring, evaluation, different aspects of our work, just to have training interventions related thereto. The last indicator on Program 1 is number of NDA projects profiled to market the work of the NDA, and we are targeting 9 profiled NDA projects. And I think what we, and this is really showcasing the work of the NDA and improving the brand NDA. And I think that has been, belabored on over a period of time around how as NDA we are not on the ground, we are not known, and we get confused with NYDA as an example that is often cited. So we want to make sure that the work of NDA is known, the work of NDA is profiled, and our visibility on the ground is more known than it is currently. In the next slide, I'll go a bit faster. I think we can jump this slide. It just relates to the quarterly targets members in relation to those KPIs and targets that I've presented. We've identified a number of risks and possible mitigations that we'll be putting in place, to ensure that nothing stands in the way of the implementation of this APP. In relation to Program 1, whose outcome is good governance, the 2 risks that we have identified is non-compliance with regulatory requirements and legislation, and the second one is delay in the approval, funding, and implementation of the turnaround strategy. And the mitigations that we have in place, which informs our strategic risk register, which will be monitored at the board level and reported on a continuous basis at all different levels. We're looking at developing and implementing a compliance management process and regular reporting of compliance to oversight structures, just to ensure that we improve our compliance, as the NDA to regulatory requirements and legislations. Regarding the second one, we will be engaging extensively with different stakeholders around the funding and implementation of the turnaround strategy, because I think the turnaround strategy, as members would be knowing, we had a session where we presented this at length, that it would need some level of funding to start gaining ground and being implemented correctly. Program 2. This is how Program 2 is comprised, is made up members. It's largely the office of the CEO that makes it up as a division, and at the level of units, we have a national, of course, head office policy responsible for policy development. But also this is the program, this is our core program that is on the ground, and therefore we have provincial footprint across the 9 provinces, and in some districts we are also having some level of visibility there. Not in all the 52 districts, of course, but in some districts of our provinces, we find ourselves there. In the next slide, I just want to go quickly into the KPIs and targets that make up Program 2. The first one is NDA Resource Mobilization Strategy for Poverty Eradication, approved by the board. We want to target the approval of this, the development rather, and of course eventual approval of this strategy by the board. But this is a strategy that will together with a partnership. We focused largely last year developing partnership policy, but together with that, alongside that, we need to have a resource mobilization strategy, which will assist us to be able to lobby, support and to raise financial resources and even resources in kind, towards the work of the communities. And through our CSO development program and to get partnering with the stakeholder management unit, which is in the office of the CEO, we'll be doing this particular work, mobilizing resources, but starting with a strategy that we can share with our potential funders around the work of the NDA and around the conditions around which NDA would enter into certain agreements, because I think it is one particular tool that guides that at least introduces the NDA to its stakeholders and potential funders. And out of those funders, we are hoping to raise, as I go to the next indicator, 50 million for funding of CSOs for development work. In the next indicator, number of poverty eradication projects funded by the NDA, we are targeting 100 poverty eradication projects, to be funded by the end of the financial year. And these are specific projects across the 9 provinces that will make a dent towards poverty, that will prioritize, creation of job opportunities and creation of sustainable economic means, for those that access those particular opportunities in these particular projects that are implemented by CSOs. So we're targeting 100 poverty eradication projects, and there will be a breakdown across the provinces as to where specifically and in which provinces, in which districts these poverty eradication projects would be or are actually. The next indicator is the number of beneficiaries participating in income generation projects. And I think I've spoken to this. This is really the work opportunities that will be derived out of these poverty eradication efforts, projects rather, that are being implemented. So we're looking at 3,000. Of course, there's a range of other programs that we have in place, such as the UIF, that will be able to generate the work opportunities that we have targeted, the total of which is 3,000. The next indicator is number of CSOs capacitated with skills to implement poverty eradication projects, and 2,500 skilled CSOs, and they are empowered and trained on a number of interventions, financial management, conflict management, it's really CSO governance, management related interventions. Of course, there's a need to further empower them so that they are able to implement the projects on the ground. So there's a need to further empower them with technical know-how, and to that extent, we will be partnering and attempting to at least partner with some of the CETAs, some of the organizations that institutions rather that provide skills to whether to individuals and to organizations to supplement our efforts in skills development and capacity building, particularly towards CSOs and individuals that are part of those particular CSOs, to make sure that the programs that they are implementing are able to fully sustain them and generate the desired income for them to get out of the clutches of poverty. The last indicator on Program 2 is number of beneficiaries capacitated with skills to implement poverty eradication efforts. So we're focusing on CSOs, but we're also focusing on beneficiaries because we really exist to take specific individuals out of poverty. And we are targeting 5,000 skilled beneficiaries by the end of the financial year. Go to the next slide. You can jump that slide and go to this particular slide. There are about 3 risks that we identified against the 2 outcomes that are in program 2. The first outcome is effective strategic partnerships to effect development goals, and the second one is sustainable CSOs that provide development services to deprived communities and demographics. And the key risks that we identified, the first one against the first outcome is lack of enthusiasm from strategic partners to commit resources. So this relates to mobilization of resources, against which we want to, as a risk mitigation, to develop a strong value proposition for all stakeholders. Just to, as I said earlier, to put our best foot forward and showcase what the NDA is about. And the second risk mitigation is to implement strategic partnership model and resource mobilization strategy. So we are hoping and thinking that with the full implementation of the strategic partnership model, which the board has approved, and the resource mobilization strategy, which is yet to be developed and of course fully approved and implemented through the financial year, that we'll be able to fully mitigate on this particular risk. At the second level, it's against the second outcome. We as a risk, we have potential insufficient funding to implement development programs affecting sustainability of projects, and donor agencies influencing CSO funding. And we want to implement, and this is of course the funding is towards the turnaround strategy. So we want to implement and popularize the turnaround strategy and business case in our effort to attract more funding, as well as of course implementing the strategic partnership model and resource mobilization strategy, as I said earlier. We also want to institute stringent monitoring mechanisms by NDA officials and reporting obligations by CSOs on the usage of funds, because there's this present and we try to alleviate it by, of course, training and making sure that there's proper use of funds, there's accountability, but we need to embed it and making sure that through our monitoring mechanisms and systems, we are able to combat possible misuse of funds by CSOs. And I think to this, where we are now, it has greatly reduced, and to a point where it's controllable, but it remains a real risk, such that we have this interventions or risk mitigation against it. The last program is program 3, which is called Development Management and Research. And there are 3 units. There is research, monitoring, evaluation, and development. And primarily there are 2, of course, research exists for one reason, that we have a 2-tier mandate. I've not covered that much because it's common knowledge for the I think for the period that we've been presenting to the portfolio committee. We keep going back to that. We have a primary mandate and we have a secondary mandate. And program 3 is particularly responsible for the implementation or execution of the secondary mandate. And research is key to that, in the work that it does, in the dialogues that it needs to have with various stakeholders, and the responsibility to influence debates and to make changes towards development policy as it exists in the country. But there are 2 units, monitoring, evaluation, and development, which is responsible to support. It serves as a support unit for program 2 in relation to program management, to project monitoring, and to capacity building. So around program management and project monitoring in particular, this is where we then develop monitoring instruments so that we can be able to monitor and report on project implementation on the ground, or the different programs that we implement, so that we can see whether we are reaching the desired goals or desired outcomes or impact of those particular. So we have a fully fledged evaluation unit that does that particular work in service and in support of program 2 in particular. And in the next slide, I'll just go through targets. The first indicator is number of research publications produced to provide a basis for development policy. We're looking at 3 research publications. Next one is number of policy briefs submitted to relevant stakeholders. And it's 3 policy briefs that will be submitted to relevant stakeholders. And these 3 policy briefs are derived, of course, from the research publications that would have been produced. Out of that, we want to have dialogues with relevant stakeholders on the researches that we would have undertaken. So our work, particularly the secondary mandate, enjoins us to have these dialogues, to influence, to have debates on whatever the findings are, whatever the recommendations are that are coming out of these researches that we have done. So we will be having these dialogues with relevant stakeholders, and mainly it will be your SASSA, HSRC. So these are institutions, you know, in the research space, and that are in their own you know, area of responsibility, driving changes in development policy or improvements in development policy rather. So we'll be dialoguing with them together with a range of government stakeholders and private stakeholders as well. The next indicator is on number of evaluations conducted to inform program design and implementation. And as I said, this is really internally focused and in support of program 2. So we'll be identifying programs that are implemented on the ground, whether it's UIF, whether it's CARA, as we have done in the last financial year, and any other program that is being implemented, income generation project, the extent to which we support them. And all of those things are a range of programs that are being implemented at program 2, which is our core program, and we evaluate them. We subject them to thorough and you know, detailed evaluation to determine whether they are reaching what is desired as targets and outcomes, but also whether there are any lessons learned that we can derive out of implementation of those programs to inform future programming. So those are these 3 evaluations that we are targeting related to programs that are implemented in program 2. The next one is approved multi-year evaluation plan. This is an evaluation plan that will essentially entail, you know, the different evaluations that will be undertaken over a period of time. And of course, there'll be a process to the development of this particular evaluation plan, in the sense that we want to look at things that, or other programs or specific policies or anything that we need to be as NDA evaluating the success thereof, so that we can determine what improvements can be made in the implementation of that very program or policy, or what can be changed, what can be terminated, I think in line with the evaluation principles as guided and given by the DPME. The last one, the board, the NDA board, really looked at the different aspects of program 2, the work that we do as NDA largely. And part of what came out is we need to map a specific economic pathway out of poverty for these poverty-stricken communities that we serve. And we'll be looking at developing a particular concept document on economic pathways out of poverty, and to be presented, to be dialogued on at different levels, so that we have almost a blueprint out of poverty, you know, coming out of NDA. And that is exactly what we want to do with this particular concept document. We want to design a blueprint out of poverty, and economic ways through which the communities can get out of poverty. Next slide. Yeah, next one. And these are the risks that we have identified. The first one is limited involvement in facilitating engagements and debates between government, civil society, and private sector on development policy. And we've had so far, you know, limited involvement by as I said earlier, by states as HSRC. But I think we need a much bigger audience and in, you know, an engagement, involvement in this particular process to ensure that the secondary mandate of the NDA is fully realized, particularly on affecting and changing development policy. So we want to develop as a mitigation and implement processes and responsibilities and plans around formal dialogues. In other words, to formalize these particular dialogues and to have a meaningful engagement and involvement of strategic key stakeholders that can make an input into what becomes of development policies that would have been dialogued and researched on. And the next the next risk was the limited use of research and evaluation findings by stakeholders. And I think internally we're beginning to make headway towards this. And I think the formalization of internal processes around the use of evaluation findings in particular would stand us in good stead to make sure that we mitigate fully on this particular risk. The next slides, I think I will hand over at this point to the CFO. Thank you very much, Chair. CFO.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to the Honourable Minister, Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, to the CEOs and my fellow colleagues. I'm going to start in the next slide, Benson. So the NDA's revenue allocation for the 23-24 financial year on the next slide amounts to 220 million and has increased by 38% on the prior financial year. The budget allocation will increase by 4.4% in the 2 years thereafter to 230 million and 240 million respectively. Benson, I'm on the next slide. The average inflation per year over the MTF period is projected at 5.6%, and therefore the NDA's budgeted revenue is increasing at rates that are lower than inflation. And on the other hand, the NDA's expenditure is characterized by high levels of fixed costs driven by employee compensation, by operating leases for office space and IT communication. And these costs are increasing at rates at or above inflation. So in the 23-24 financial year, the NDA also expects to earn interest income of approximately 2.1 million for the year. And that is also projected in the 2 years thereafter. On the next slide, in terms of the third-party funds under management, so this slide is indicating the third-party funds under management by the NDA. And as at the end of the 22-23 financial year, the NDA had funds to the value of 23.9 million under management. On the next slide, in terms of the expenditure by economic classification, so the NDA expects to spend 57 million on goods and services in the 23-24 financial year, 9 million on transfers to CSOs, and 1 million on capital expenditure. And a further 154 million on compensation of employees. So compensation accounts for 69% of the total budgeted expenditure. On the next slide, in terms of the, so this slide presents our expenditure composition. So the NDA, as I mentioned, has a high fixed cost structure relative to its budget allocation, and compensation of employees, as mentioned, accounts for 69% of the total budget at 154 million. Office leases and property-related expenditure accounts for 6% of the budget at approximately 13.7 million. IT expenditure accounts for 4% of the budget at 9.1 million, and office administration costs accounts for a further 11% of the budget at approximately 25 million. So this means that approximately 90% of the NDA's budget is directed to fund employee and admin-related expenditure, and this leaves 10% of the budget to fund core service delivery programs, and these are the programs of CSO development and research. And on the last slide relating to the budget, so this slide presents the expenditure per program. So we can see here that Program 2 CSO development is allocated a budget of 18.1 million, which represents 8% of the total budget. The budget for Program 2 has decreased by 73% year on year, mainly due to the volunteer program, which was allocated a budget of 30 million in the 21-22 financial year in support of the presidential employment stimulus initiatives, and which was rolled over in its entirety to the 22-23 financial year, but has not been re-awarded for the 23 and 23-24 financial years and the years thereafter. Program 1, which is governance and administration, is allocated a budget of 46 million, which comprises 21% of the total budget. And the budget for Program 1 is decreased by 21% on prior year, mainly due to the 21-22 budget rollover for contractual commitments incurred, such as for the turnaround strategy project, the upgrade of the financial system to Business Central, which is now being completed, various forensic investigations that were commissioned, and the digitization roadmap project, and these funds were contained in the 22-23 budget. In Program 3, Development Management and Research is allocated a budget of 4 million, which comprises 2% of the total budget. And the budget is decreased by 42% year on year, mainly due to the 21-22 budget rollover into the 22-23 financial year, which is the prior financial year, for committed research and evaluation studies, and that is not contained in the 23-24 financial year. And as I mentioned, employee compensation has a budget of 154 million, which has increased by 6.2% on the prior year, mainly due to the cost of living increase, which is increasing at a projected CPI rate of 4.42%, which was provided for as per the National Treasury guidelines, as well as the expectation that funded vacancies will be filled in the 23-24 financial year. And that brings me to the end of the presentation. This slide merely indicates what I've already spoken to relating to the expenditure by program. And it is proposed that the Portfolio Committee notes the annual performance plan for the 23-24 financial year and the MTF budget allocation for the years 24 to 26. Thank you.
Chair, that's the end of our presentation. Chair. You will then advise how we move forward.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Can we get to the members to interact with the presentation? It was a long presentation. I never expected it. But nevertheless, as long as we're going to finish today. Members, honorable members.
Yes, Chair.
I see the hand of Honorable Alex Abrams. Can we give over to you? I know for a fact that Honorable Stock has requested to be excused because he was going to join another meeting that started at 12. So he's not in the platform right now. Honorable Marie. Can we give over, Honorable?
Chair, can I go?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, and thank you to the NDA for the presentation. I just have a few questions. I didn't quite make out what exactly is the reason for the delay in the approval, funding, and implementation of the turnaround strategy, because we've been hearing about this turnaround strategy for an extended period of time. But I don't think I got the clarity as to what exactly is the delay for it now. Because the way I understand it is that if the turnaround strategy is not funded, not implemented, then the NDA is stuck and it's not moving forward. So, and also what is the NDA or DSD even doing to unblock these delays? Because, so just some clarity on that. Then also, if I heard correctly at the end, so the NDA is still going to be filling all their vacancies, yet the cost to employees budget is increasing. Yet when I hear the other entity, SASSA, the other entity, SASSA, I mean, they're struggling to fill because they have budget constraints. And here we have this entity that's indicating they will be able to fill post, even though they're on a 90% cost to employee budget year. So if I can just get clarity on that. And while we're talking about vacancies, what is the status of the CEO vacancy? Because when we were at our workshop, it was said that appointment was imminent. What's what I'm looking for? It was, it's going to be filled very soon. Then, Chairperson, the NDA has indicated that they have helped about 24,000 community-based organizations to get off the ground and to become, self-sufficient, and of which only 2,714 were formalized with registration statuses. So now we know how important that MPO registration status is. Why is it that only a portion of these community-based organizations have been assisted with MPO registrations? But also, Chairperson, where can we get the list of these organizations that they've been helped? Because we have an oversight role to play, Chairperson, and it would be beneficial to us to actually go out and to see exactly how the NDA has helped these organizations and how they fared in since that help that they've been received. So can the NDA make the list of those organizations available with the contact details so that we can go and do some oversight and just exactly to see, the help that has been offered? Because as I mentioned at the workshop, you can't find these contact details on the NDA's website. Everybody that they are supporting and helping, that they list on their website, there are no contact details for these places. Yes, then Chairperson, obviously it's something that we've raised quite often when we get the NDA's budget, and that is the concern that program 2 is it's not properly funded and therefore not achieving quite a bit in comparison to program 1 and the cost of employees. And just to make a comment, Chairperson, and I think it's something we can all maybe agree on, is that if this was a private company, in the private sector, there would be a lot of budget cuts and, things to actually get that cost of employees down. And I'd just like to find out from the NDA, is there any plan to actually bring that cost of employees line item down, noting that you ended off saying that you fill in more vacancies. So I foresee that just growing and growing, while program 2, the actual poverty reduction helping the CSOs just gets smaller and smaller. So yeah, thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Rams. Honorable Polnita.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have the same concern what Alex was saying just now about the fact that the 90% of the budget is going for salaries, basically, and then all the other things it's very, very small, or how they operate, and then they still have space for more people that they're going to employ. I'm just wondering how they're going to do it. And then I also would like to know, you are saying here that you have 100 poverty eradication projects that is funded. Where is this project running and which communities it's running? Because you say you have 5,000 skilled beneficiaries. These skilled beneficiaries, are they going out to skill other people or to employ other people, the skills that they got from you? It is just, I'm just worried, can these people function on their own? Because here you say 2,500 skilled CSOs, 3,000 beneficiaries participating in the income projects. So are these people going out and start something on their own because they got the skills now to alleviate poverty, and then maybe employ 1 or 2 people just to assist them with these things? How are these things being done, and when are these projects being done? Because you are saying all these things because if you look at the climax that we are having now at the very moment, Chairperson, is that unemployment rate is higher now. Are these projects that you're having enough to say that you're going to alleviate poverty? It's just a concern because our social conditions has completely changed this year, where unemployment rate is higher, food prices is higher, petrol prices is higher, everyone is struggling. We are talking about above poverty lines. What are we saying when we're saying these things? Does it make an impact in the different communities where we are coming from? Or are we just saying these things because we have an annual performance plan? I remember we discussed these very same things at the workshop, and everyone was saying that they are ready to go. You know, we have a committee in place now and all these things. But I just want to find out if your budget alone for salaries is so high, then where is the other projects and things coming in? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Polnit. I don't see any other hands for now. Then can we give over to the entity, to NTA?
Thank you, Chair. I will ask the colleagues to respond to some of the questions. I'll just name them, Chair. In terms of the filling of vacancies, I will ask the corporate service executive, Ma'am Tlapolosa, to deal with that. I will also ask Ma'am Kumalo to deal with all the questions that are related to the CSOs that we work with on both of the members' questions. And I will ask the CFO to talk about the budgets for salaries. Then I will deal with the things that are related to the strategy. And then after I've dealt with them, I'll just ask the chairperson to make a summary at the end, which will include the position of the CEO. As I've named you, you can start. Ma'am Tlapolosa, Ma'am Kumalo, and the CFO.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Minister, board members, and honorable members, my colleagues. As management at the NDA, we are concerned about the staff costs as well. I need to indicate that the NDA has a total of 326 positions on the structure. However, having realized how costly the structure is, we've only funded 197 of those positions. and 121 is not funded in this financial year, in the previous financial year, and even in the current financial year. In addition to that, we will be embarking on a organizational review, reviewing the structure to ensure that we have a fit for purpose structure, which is also affordable. So we have already began to look into reducing the cost of employment, Chairperson. And those are the measures that we have taken so far to ensure that we reduce the cost. So yes, I think I will pause at that.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, and members, Honorable Minister, the CEOs and colleagues. The first question and comment relates to the number of CSOs that we have registered as the NDA and those that we provide support to. Yes, we have quite a number of CSOs which we registered during the course of the year, and those that we are still going to register. We will make the list of those CSOs available with all the details that have been requested by the member. And the second question relates to the beneficiaries that receive skills development from the NDA, whether they're able to employ other people. Yes, and that's the main purpose, that the beneficiaries of the NDA programs, particularly grant funding, they are able to provide work opportunities to members within their own localities. So you find that one project is in a position to create work opportunities that are around maybe around the 50s. We have one project in particular in the Eastern Cape, which is producing peppers, and they're exporting to international countries. That particular project has employed about 57 people that work during particularly the plowing and harvesting seasons. So we have quite a number of projects that have created work opportunities for their own communities. And also there was a comment on whether the projects that we support are enough to eradicate poverty. I can say that no, they are not. And members should remember that we can only fund projects with the amount of money that we have within our access. So what we do as the NPA, over and above the allocation from National Treasury, would partner with partners, particularly funders, that would also provide funding to some of our CSOs that we work with. Some of the support, it's not only through funds, but they also provide support in kind. A good example is Hope Worldwide SA, which support ECDs in about 3 provinces. What they will do is that they will renovate the structures, and they will also provide food parcels to the children that come from poor households. So that's the other support that we provide to CSOs, so that because we don't have enough budget to cover quite a number of CSOs, we partner with the private sector, and some are government partners that would supplement the budget that we have as an organization. But it's always not enough to eradicate poverty. Thanks, Chairperson and CEO.
Chair, in relation to the question by Member Ibrahim's relating to the filling of vacancies. So the plan in the budget is for the filling of only critical and funded vacancies. For example, the position of the CEO, which is vacant, as well as certain development staff in the provinces where we have vacancies. And then in relation to the budget, so the NDA's budget from National Treasury is indeed very limited, but one of the outcomes of the of the turnaround strategy, once approved, is to focus efforts on raising funds from third-party partners and to be able to direct those funds to Program 2 to supplement their budget and to fund, various projects in poverty alleviation in that program. So that is, so once the turnaround strategy has been interrogated and approved by the board, that is the direction in which it is proposed that the NDA will be focused towards. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, colleagues. Chair, the question of the turnaround strategy, I think the chairperson will be able to conclude that and provide a definitive process within which we can have that strategy, because all the processes we have covered there. What is left now is for the board to review and ensure that the turnaround strategy changes the current NDA perspective towards the mandate. As the mandate is very clear, it states that we have to contribute in the eradication of poverty and all its causes. And we have been focusing on CSOs as a vehicle to do that, and it hadn't delivered in terms of reduction of poverty. So the turnaround strategy actually focuses us on dealing with a specific type of people who are classified as entrenched and trapped in poverty, including communities. We have that in this country. So the vehicle to deal with that would need to be embedded in our turnaround strategy, so that we are very clear that we are targeting, we have an impact, and we can see the reduction of people that are trapped in that cycle. On the 25th of last month, April, we signed an agreement with a MOU with the German Apex cooperative body, which is the conglomerate of all the cooperatives in Germany. They've got over 20 million of them, and its name is DGRV. The purpose for us to do that is to actually define the pathways. How do we take people out of poverty? What are the pathways? So that when we approach funders, when we approach them on a very clear concept of what is the end game. Currently, we've been looking at funders to just give us money to give to CSOs, and the CSOs, they themselves have got their own challenges. So we have to create a process within and a platform within which poor communities create their own community-based enterprises. They actually take that space in terms of community activities. So that's the position that the turnaround strategy has given us. And when we talk about the funding and the skills are for the people who will use it they themselves to deliver. If a CSO is funded because it has the capability of providing skills to a certain community structure or a cooperatives or a social entrepreneur to produce a product that the product can be put in the market for people to buy and they can earn their own income. That's the end game for NDA. And I think we are at a point where now we have to review both the structure of NDA, the skills within the NDA, so that we are in a position, one, to have programs that have got impact on the ground. Two, we improve our efficiencies such that you don't have a lot of people doing the same thing, but you have got people that can enhance capacities of poor people to earn an income. That's the direction we are taking. And I think on the issue of whether or not the NPOs that we are training, they then, how do they use the skills? The NPOs that we are training, we've been training them for ensuring compliance. And that component is so important when you actually set up community enterprises and when you set up cooperatives to reduce the failure rate when they start to do their own businesses. So we need to build that kind of capacity within communities, capabilities and capacity within communities to develop themselves, to do things that can earn them an income. And at the end of the day, they then move out of poverty and dependence on the state in terms of their basic needs. I will just request the chair to address some of the issues.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start with the questions that are related to the delay to the implementation of the turnaround strategy. And I'm going to link that to the question that relates to the appointment of the CEO, because those two issues are interlinked. What has happened is that the turnaround strategy started, the process of developing a turnaround strategy started before the board assumed office. It also started during a period where there was no permanent CEO in the organization. When we assumed office, the turnaround strategy, we immediately had a workshop where the turnaround strategy was presented to the board. Simultaneous to that was a process of getting the CEO vacant filled. The board has moved with the selection process. The report of the selection committee will be presented to a board meeting that will be sitting on the 11th of May. The view of the board is that the turnaround strategy will be implemented by the CEO that is still to be employed. And therefore, the two processes need to be aligned. to give the CEO that would take reins of the organization to be part of the concluding process of the turnaround strategy, so that there is ownership of the turnaround strategy by both the board, under the leadership of the chairperson of the board, and the executive under the leadership of the permanent CEO. So the delay then is based on the fact that the turnaround strategy process started in the absence of the board and the absence of the CEO. And the board strongly feels that that process and the adoption of the turnaround strategy cannot be completed and handed over as a finished document to the CEO, who would not have been part of finalizing the strategy. That is the answer to the two questions that are relating to the implementation of the turnaround strategy, as well as the delay in the appointment of the CEO. We feel that there hasn't been any delay in the appointment of the CEO, because the process of recruitment, as much as it started before the appointment of the board, as soon as the board was put in place, we moved to do the interviews, and we have concluded that process. A report is going to be presented to the board on the 11th of May. The issue of the question that relates to the skills is that what we have identified as a board is that in the past and during this phase of transition, there has been a duplication of programs, where in the NDA, instead of the Department of Higher Education and TVET colleges funding and developing the skills as mandated in the country, the NDA would duplicate what is supposed to be done by the Department of Higher Education, TVET colleges, and the SETAs. We see that as part of the turnaround strategy, and the cause for that is not only in the NDA, where an organization that is not mandated to develop skills would move into an area of developing skills instead of collaborating with a department and the state entities and training institutions who are mandated and funded to develop skills. In this case, the Department of Higher Education, the TVET colleges, the universities, the private training institutions, and the SETAs and UIF. That problem is not a problem of the NDA only. It is a problem of the silo mentality in government. We hope that this is going to disappear, because we now operate, all government departments and entities are encouraged to use the district development model to align their plans, their budgets, and their programs to specific projects, like it happened with the 2010 Soccer World Cup. So the process that has started to bring in the DGRV is to facilitate a situation where the development of cooperatives to eradicate poverty would be done in collaboration with DGRV and Apex body of cooperatives in Germany, and any other country we would look at collaborative partnerships, but also using the DDM to bring in the Department of Higher Education, the UIF, the SETAs, to actually focus on skills development, so that the budget that is currently used by the NDA to develop the skills is relieved from funding the skills development, allowing the department and the entities, the departments and the entities that are mandated to develop the skills to play their role in support of the poverty eradication mandate of the NDA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mama Chairperson. Is there anything that you think CEO would like to add on this one? I think the Chairperson was doing the summary of all what has not been answered. Isn't it?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there any other hands from the side of the honorable members? Or follow up? Seemingly there are none for now.
Chairperson.
Yes.
I think there is a question that we did not respond to on the list of the civil society organizations that have been assisted and the assessment thereof of their impact. Again, the NDA board has asked the department, the executive, to provide a detailed report to the NDA board on the list of the civil society organizations that have been assisted by the NDA, the programs that are run by those civil society organizations, the support that has been given to them, the impact that has been made by those civil society organizations. We are also of the view that the capacity building of the civil society organizations is not necessarily the responsibility of the NDA board, the NDA. It is the responsibility of the organizations like the Department of Higher Education and other training organizations, including the international bodies that are operating in the country who share the same views, to build the capacity of those organizations. And all that the NDA has to do is to collaborate with them and present the needs that are related to building their capacity, so that they can then assist the NDA to achieve its mandate. So we have asked the executive to present a report to the NDA board, and that report will be presented on the 11th of May. And we will also make a follow-up to ensure that the same report is then presented to the portfolio committee, because the portfolio committee has asked for that information. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, on that one. Seemingly there are no other hands. Let me take the opportunity of thanking you, Entity, and also the CEO, Entity of SASSA. But it doesn't mean that we don't have anything to ask for now, but because it has been a long day, and I even said from the beginning that at least we have to finish up I am supposed to also join the meeting that Honorable Stock has joined. So I think for now, let's call it a day and thank everybody who has dedicated her time and his time to come to the meeting. I thank you all. The meeting is adjourned.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. I had my hand up, but I guess it's okay.
Oh, I didn't see
Yes.
you. Or didn't see you, and you wanted to do the closing remark.
Yeah, it's okay, Chairperson. I wanted to thank you all for the time, and also to say we will soon be communicating about the day. Well, Parliament obviously gives us the date for the budget and all that, and that if some members are available for outreach programs wherever we're going to do, we will do that. One of the things that we normally do is to have activities where we bring grant beneficiaries, and we call it introducing them to their future, because we bring grant beneficiaries to people who are young like them, but who are already either at university or either in business or something, just for them to see what the future can entail and can look like. So we'll make those invitations to the members. Lastly, Chairperson, I wanted to thank the Chairperson of the NDA and to say to members, this is what happens when you have somebody who was in your position, also Chairperson, to now be here, who used to ask the questions, and now the questions are being asked to her, and she brings a whole lot of wealth of experience from that side. We're hoping that the turnaround for NDA is going to be swift and quick, and we wish to thank the Chairperson and the entire board. Thank you, Chairperson. And thank you, honorable members.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister. I'm sorry you raised that before and you said that you want to make a closing remarks. I'm also positive to this board that has been newly elected. I hope they will take NTA to the skies as we expect them to do so. And I wish them all the best. But we can't just throw towels to these entities. We must rather babysit them and assist in terms of what is it that they need to do at times, especially that we are at the grassroots level and we're in the consequences. We know the belongings and then things that the consequences are in need. Thanks ever so much. Once more, have a nice weekend and relax and enjoy. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you, Minister, for